Parliamentary Legal Service, state law advisors, and all who are in attendance, participants. We are welcoming you and continue with our portfolio committee work. And on behalf of members of the committee, we extend our greetings. We must indicate that there's a request we're going to allow to be noted that members or those who are invited to this meeting will suffer for load shedding that will contribute to the network. So we'll allow members to switch off their video so that they secure a proper network. We're aware that it's important to open the videos. I also want to apologize that that will be affected at around the past 10, but we'll navigate the space. I just want to make that note so that we're comfortable with the challenges that we're facing. Welcome also the Commissioner Love and the commissioners and the CEO and the team of executive team of the IEC. We are going to start with the issues that we've dealt with in our last committee meeting. And I will request also to Mr. Matonsi to add up. In our last committee meeting, we did requested that we need to interact on the matter of the presentation of the report on the permits, which could not sit in the last committee meeting because of the volume of the presentation. And we further then, Minister requested that we ought not to present because of the unavailability of the team that should accompany him. And the committee did understood and processed that request. We then agreed that we have to receive the report, but the chair must consult with the team. We did that exercise, and we agreed that the minister will present the report and release the report to members of the committee on the day of the presentation of the report. The same matter on the permits outcome is that the date which we have scheduled on the 8th of July, which is this Friday, it will not, will not able to present the report because of the reasons that when we deal with the deliberations, the committee did apply to proceed with the committee work during this recess. And we only focus on the Electoral Amendment Bill deliberations, which means therefore the program, the item that must go in hand with the day of the deliberation of the IEC, of the Electoral Act, should be the day where we include the item, like we're going to do today, where itemize the Electoral Amendment deliberations and the government printing works. So on Friday, there's no going to be item on the Electoral Amendment Bill. And the minister and the team requested that they need a full day, not a full committee time to present this document, which we have appreciated as the committee. There are two processes which we have resolved on, Minister, that you must consider and note. That one, you will present a summarized version in our next committee meeting, because we'll be continuing with the deliberations of the electoral amendment. You will then release the report to the full report to members, because we could have dealt with a summarized version. On the third term, when we reopen, the committee will allocate a time for yourself and the team to come back and to deliberate on those issues that are arising from the report. At that point, we hope that the recommendation could have been carried and will then brief us the progress that has been taken. So that is an indication of our resolve on the process. How we're going to indicate to deal with the permit report. Thirdly, is that it appears that the minister is running away to present the report. That is an incorrect narrative. We, as the committee, the committee work is programmed, and if there's no slot for the minister to present the report, any other report to the committee, we have to schedule for that report. And we know that it is an important report that has to come to the committee. So in the next Tuesday, we'll then table a summarized version and continue to deal with the Electoral Amendment Bill. So that is the
recording in progress
on the issue, and I'll get members to just to indicate comment on that as we proceed. We ought to take a resolution on the issues that we've dealt with as the committee, so that we isolate issues that we've not able to find a consensus on, so that we're able to move to allow the stakeholders, which is the legal teams, and to do a draft A list for purpose of finalizing this amendment bill. We note that in the last committee meeting, the Department of Home Affairs indicated that they still have to go back and consult with the council with an intention to draft a memo on the issues that the IEC have raised. And they will identify those 3 issues that the DHA or the legal counsel of DHA may need to come back, or in this meeting, just give an indication of the issues that they may have interacted with as per their request to the committee. On the issue of the draw formula, which the IEC has presented, and the committee in principle resolved that they will use that formula, and on the vacancies and the number of ballots. So those are the 3 issues which the DHA have indicated that will go back to the council for consultation and come back to the committee. So request in this meeting that they do give an indication of what they've advised the committee. This is the agenda as stands of today. We're going to have 2 items: the electoral amendment issues and the report of the minister's task team that were dealt with the issues that were at the Home Affairs. So these are some of the adopted program and issues that were urgent to the attention of the portfolio committee. I will then run to apologies, and we'll then get into the issues of the permits so that members give understanding of the process, affirm the decision that we've arrived at, and then we move to the recap and the 4th item, and then the minister give his a presentation. We'll try by all means to make sure that at least by the time allocated for the portfolio committee, all these items are thoroughly being dealt with, and we'll advise on how we'll able to deal with that. Mr. Matons, can I invite you for apologies, and then we'll have to run on the items that have been presented. Mr. Matons?
Yes, Chairperson, I've got 3 apologies. One from Ms. van der Merwe. The other one is from Ms. Tito. She said she might be joining late. She's taking a flight. Ms. Mulekwa, she's in the meeting, but she said no, her voice, she has got a problem with her voice because of school, so she will not be able to speak at the meeting today. Thanks, Chairperson, that's all.
Okay, any other apology, Minister?
Yeah, no, Chairperson, it's not an apology, it's a request. I noticed from the program that we are going to spend 2.5 hours on the electoral things. And I noticed that the team for item 5, both the staff and the panel are here in the meeting. They are going to be sitting for 2.5 hours instead of being at work, listening to something that really has nothing to do with them. May I apologize for them to go out and they'll come back after 2.5 hours. If what I see on the agenda is going to be followed like that, it's just a request because some of them are employed in very important sections of government and society. Thank you.
We'll deal with that, Honorable, Commissioner Love.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just wanted to confirm that when you are having the deliberations on the Electoral Amendment Bill, is that when you would want the IEC, in particular the CEO, to make the presentation around some of the feedback? I just wanted to have an understanding when you would like us to come in.
Yes. I think Mr. Matonsi might have not reworked the agenda. That's why I said I'll come back to the agenda. We're going to step off the deliberation at 11. Then we'll invite the minister and his task team to present on the report. That will suggest that the minister, if your request will stand, and it's up to the team to cooperate with your request. We as the committee, we were indicating that we'll step off the IEC, the electoral amendment deliberation at 11 o'clock, so to allow 11 o'clock, so to allow the report to be presented and allow members to deliberate. We're going to receive the presentation, the responses from the IEC on item 4, Commissioner Love, and after that, members will deliberate. We'll get indication from the recap. We'll get a Department of Home Affairs legal team or legal counsel on the issues that they've requested us to come back to us, what is the indication. Then we'll invite the IEC, then deliberation. That is in order. We didn't want to include many things on that. I think that is in order, members, on the issues that is that in order, Commissioner Love and the Minister? Can I start with the Minister?
Yes, Chair, that's in order. I understand it that way.
Commissioner Love?
That's fine, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Apologies were noted. Can I then get understanding, if we understand each other, members, of the report that we are bringing to you on the issue of the permits? Can I start with Honorable Ross, Honorable Pillay, Honorable Kanyile, Honorable Lkhwase, Honorable Mutise. In that order.
Thanks, Chair.
Sorry. Proceed, Honorable Ross.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think it's okay. It's just that I think I don't know if I heard it correctly, that you were saying that we would receive a summarized version of the report. My understanding is we'd receive the report and then just a brief summary of it in the presentation and then consider it next term. Because I imagine a report like that would have a lot of information that we would need to then go over in preparation for the next term. And we won't be able to do that on a summarized report. So we would need to receive the full report. And then for sure, with the understanding that it would be deliberated in the next term fully.
Thank you.
Otherwise, with everything else, I'm happy, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Pillay.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for the update and the brief. I want to concur with the submissions made, and I support the view that we receive a summarized presentation. However, we will still get that opportunity for a full day to be able to deliberate. I think it also will assist us as members to be able to thoroughly go through the report and understand it, so that we may be able to raise pertinent discussions when the time arises. So thank you for that. Yeah.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Kanyile.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Yes, Chairperson, we are in support that we are going to have the presentation done next week by the Minister, and then we will be given a full report that we are going to go through in preparation for the next term. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jose.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to be in support and agree with my previous colleagues that we be furnished with a summary version of the report and at a later stage get a presentation or get to engage with the presentation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ramolobe. Honorable Mudise.
Thank you very much, Chair. We support, as it has been put in order for us, we'll get the presentation on Tuesday and be finished with a full report that we'll deal with in the next term. So we support that, Chair. Thank you very much. Okay, thanks very much, members. Mr. Matons will indicate if other members, particularly Honorable Tito, has joined the meeting. I'm unable to track the attendance on my side. Now we can move to the recap, item number 3. Thank you. Can you proceed?
Thank you, Chairperson. I believe the legal section is going to be presenting. I haven't been given permission to host yet.
Okay. Yeah. But I must indicate first before so that it's clearer on the issues. Is the work that we do post the committee work with particularly with the content advisor and sort on the issues that the Parliamentary Legal Service must have taken notes so that we track issues that must be presented in the committee on the principal decisions. But as I've indicated earlier on, we need to take resolutions so that we're able to proceed with the A list. Thank you. Let's proceed.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to honorable members and colleagues. Chairperson, like you have already indicated, we have prepared the document, and I understand that the document has been circulated to the members. What I propose to do, Chairperson, is to really focus on the red areas of our document. The approach we have adopted, Chairperson, like you said, we are trying to facilitate the issue of decision-making for the purposes of the A list that we have to draft for the committee. So the approach we adopt here is really geared towards achieving that end goal. We have divided the document into themes just for the purposes of ease of reference. We start with clause 1, Chairperson, which is definitions. And we only speak to the issues that were discussed by the committees over the past couple of weeks, where there may have been deliberations and decisions made, or where there are decisions that are outstanding. In clause 1, Chairperson, there was a discussion around the use of the terminology of province and region. Our understanding, Chairperson, maybe I should start with this. This is our understanding of the deliberations. And of course, we accept, Chairperson, that there may be different understanding of what the committee had agreed on or disagreed on. But this is our understanding, and we welcome any correction if we understood it incorrectly. We understand the committee to have reached a consensus on the definition of the two terms, province and region. and that they should be retained in the bill as they are. However, Chairperson, on the next one of the party liaison committees, we understood the committee to have agreed in principle that independent candidates must be accommodated within the concept of party liaison. This in practice, Chairperson, suggests that what we now refer to as party liaison committees must be broadened, not only in terms of content, but in terms of terminology as well. The IEC has made what we consider to be a pertinent proposal of changing the name from party liaison to political liaison committee. Although in principle, there is that agreement, on the broadening of the word or the terminology. In our view, the committee is yet to decide on whether it accepts the proposal by the IEC or consider an alternate name. I think for the purposes of drafting the A-list, a decision has to be made on that. The second issue, Chairperson, that comes up is the issue of party candidates registered to vote in a region. But Chairperson, we propose to deal with this when we go to clause 4 because it is related to that issue. If Telana could just move to clause 4. Clause 4, Chairperson, deals with a couple of issues. One issue which was discussed in the committee is the issue of residency. And the second issues is the issues that are related to requirements for registration, which is the issue of signatures and deposit. Starting with the issue of residency, Chairperson, and we have stated this before, that this is a requirement that is required of independent candidates. But the similar requirement is not in place for political parties. And this was the area of concern as to whether it is fair in the circumstances of trying to accommodate independent candidates that you have this requirement specific for the independent candidate. And we refer, Chairperson, as examples for the committee to consider to the local government, Municipal Electoral Act, that there is no requirement of residence. Other than that, the person who nominates the candidate must be resident and registered to vote in a particular ward. This is an issue that we think should be considered for national and provincial elections as well for the independent candidate. What we understand is that the committee still has to make a decision on the issue. The next one, Chairperson, is the issue, if you could just move down, is the issue of signature as one of the requirements. There seems to be consensus among members that a nomination for independent candidates should be accompanied by a prescribed number of signatures in support of their nomination. There seems to be that consensus that there must be. This requirement is not unfair. However, what seems to be outstanding in our view is the number of signatures that each independent candidate will require, or the formula that must be contained in the bill for the purposes of determining those signatures. Again, Chairperson, we give an example of Municipal Electoral Act, which expressly stipulates that an independent ward candidate's nomination must be accompanied by the prescribed form with the signature of at least 50 voters. This is what this is the formula or the system that we think the committee must consider in making a decision about the number of signature. And we believe, Chairperson, similar to what is happening in the municipal electoral system. This matter cannot be entirely left to the IEC. The Act must contain some kind of guidance or a formula that will assist the IEC in making a decision similar to the Municipal Electoral Act. The next requirement, Chairperson, is the issue of deposit. And again, Chairperson, we understand the committee deliberation to be pointing to a consensus that the requirement of a deposit is not necessarily unlawful or unconstitutional. However, what we believe the committee is yet to decide is how to apply it in principle and in practice. There were deliberations around whether the amount should be the same for a party and an independent candidate. And we believe that the committee has not provided or has not reached a consensus around that. And the committee, again, Chairperson, is referred to Section 27(3)(a) of the Electoral Act, which provides that the Commission may prescribe the amount of the deposit that must be paid by a registered party. And in addition, the subsection 3B states that the amount to be deposited by a registered party contesting an election of a provincial legislature must be less than the amount for contesting an election of the NA. So the existing legislative framework already provides for a system of differentiating between a province and the national. What we're putting forward for the committee is to consider the possibility of setting different amounts if the committee comes to that agreement. The issue was raised that an individual who wants to stand for election may not have the same financial muscle as a political party. And therefore, for that reason, it may not be unreasonable to set a different amount. But that, again, Chairperson, is a matter that we leave in the hands of the committee, with the advice that there are already examples of differentiation for different entities at different levels of participating in elections. The next one, Chairperson, is the issue of the cooling off period. Our understanding, again, Chairperson, is that there is consensus on the matter that there must be a cooling off period. However, there was a concern as to whether 3 months will be a sufficient time for the IEC to be able to do its verification process. And I suspect that the IEC, in their intervention, they will have to make some representation on that issue. But as a matter of general principle, there seems to be consensus that cooling off period is a required process or a requirement. Whether 3 months will be sufficient to assist the IEC to do whatever verification of those processes is a matter that the committee still has to make a decision on. And only the IEC can be able to assist the committee in making that decision. The next issue, Chairperson, is the issue of multiple regions, whether independent candidates should be allowed to contest elections in multiple regions. This, Chairperson, is very much linked to the issue of residency and all of that. One school of thought was that these are national elections. There is no reason why a candidate cannot compete across multiple regions. But the issue for us, Chairperson, if Telana, you could just move up. Move down, I mean. the issue that needs to be decided upon by the committee and how it will impact on party candidates. If independent candidates are allowed to contest elections across multi-regions. Now, this is a policy issue, Chairperson, but for the purposes of our work going forward, we feel that there has to be a clear decision that is being made on that. And like I said, it's linked to the issue of residence, which is a requirement for the registration of independent candidates. If you may go to the next one, Telana. There is the issue of allocation of seats, Chairperson. There was a debate in the committee about the issue of 200 versus 200. Our understanding is that there is consensus, is that there has been no consensus. And again, Chairperson, I go back to what I said at the beginning. We could be wrong in our understanding, but that consensus is required on whether this ratio should remain or should change to 300, which was a suggestion that was made at some point, that it should be 300 and 100 for compensatory seats. For the purposes of our work going forward, we may need a very clear decision on what the committee believes should be the situation with regard to that. Strong views were expressed that we should retain the 200. Some view was expressed that it should be changed. But again, we will want to have clarity on that from the committee for the purposes of an A-list. The next one, Chairperson, is the issue of the troop quota. There was a discussion around the 3-round system that is proposed in the bill. The IEC, in their last presentation, had proposed a consideration of a single round allocation system. The committee, of course, having had the benefit of advice from the IEC, will need to deliberate further once they have received that input and then make a clear decision on what approach or what system should be implemented in as far as the troop system. The next one, Chairperson, is the issue of ballot papers. This item provides that the IEC must produce separate ballot papers for the election of members for the National Assembly and for the members of provincial legislature. In the presentation by the IEC, they made a proposal of a 3-ballot system. That is for national and provincial, and the one for the regional seats in the NA. The department, again, Chairperson, which I think you have already touched on in their presentation of 21 June, indicated that they are consulting their counsel and that they will come back to the committee in terms of what must happen. And I'm sure the department, when it gets an opportunity to present to the committee, it will brief the committee on what the outcome of that consultation is. The next one, Chairperson, is the issue of vacancies. There were deliberations in the committee as to whether a vacancy that occurs mid-term should be filled by elections or it should wait for the next elections. The committee, in our understanding, Chairperson, agreed in principle that the vacancy should be filled. And members suggested that the next highest available independent candidate or party candidate should be used to fill the vacancy. Some members of the committee felt that there should be a recalculation. The IEC, in their presentation, had suggested a possible amendment to item 34, and the department indicated that council was presently working on a memo discussing alternatives to filling vacant seats in both the National Assembly and the provincial legislature. The committee, again, Chairperson, is yet to reach consensus on how these vacancies should be filled. So there is an agreement in principle that they should be filled. The how part of that filling of the vacancy, it seems to us, is what is outstanding for the purposes of going forward. The next one, Chairperson, is the issue of agents. In our understanding, Chairperson, there seems to be agreement, same as the party liaison committee debate we had at the beginning, that independents should also be allowed to have agents that represent them in the voting and counting stations. In our view, however, Chairperson, the committee still has to make a decision in terms of how they will be represented. Although as an umbrella, there seems to be an agreement as to how they will be represented, what number of agents they should have. That is the issue that is still outstanding. And of course, Chairperson, as guidance or something that the committee must consider, we refer the committee to what is already in Section 58 of the Electoral Act in terms of parties. Parties have 2 party agents for each voting station and 4 party agents for each venue where the proceedings provided for in Part 3 and 5. In Part 3 and 5 of Chapter 4 takes place. And we proceed then, Chairperson, to explain what Part 3 is about. Part 3 refers to the counting of votes at a place other than the voting station. Part 5, on the other hand, refers to the determination and declaration of the party. So this seems to provide some guidance for the committee on issues that they may have to consider in as far as the party agents or agents. And again, Chairperson, we refer you to Section 39 of what is already captured in the Municipal Electoral Act, which also prescribes a number of agents that a party must have and an independent what candidate is having. For instance, in sub 2, an independent what candidate may appoint a number of agents for the election equal to 1 or more agents per voting station in the ward. If voting at the station takes place in more than 1 room or separately enclosed areas, 2 agents per venue where the counting procedure is performed at a venue other than the voting station. I think the point that, Chairperson, we're making here is that there is already guidance in the existing legislation that the committee may consider for the purposes of its deliberation to accommodate independent candidates and their agents. Chelana, can we move? Chairperson, that seems to bring us to the end of the issues as we understood the deliberations of the committee. And Chairperson, I repeat what I started with, that it could be we may have misunderstood the deliberations, and we're happy to be guided by the committee on that. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
No, thank you, Mr. Nchikela, for bringing the recap notes deliberated in our last meeting. You were careful on the decisions that were taken, or were careful as the committee, because we ought to await for both the IEC and the DHA to impress on some of the issues. Hence, we took a decision of principal consensus on the issues. So we may need to zoom in on the resolving on the issues that will not go back, so that we isolate, as I've indicated earlier, on the issues that we've dealt with, so that we were able to move and facilitate the drafting of the A list. I'm sure that members will have taken notes on the issues that the committee has resolved in principle, and there were other issues that were referred for IEC for regulations to be regulated by the IEC, and that was our understanding of processing some of these clauses. In our last meeting, there were two issues which were seem to have different views, and that we have afforded members to solicit a proper understanding on how we can resolve on, and that which we have indicated, Mr. Njikela, because we do not want to enter into the last step of engaging in a voting process where we can find common grounds on the issues that are before us, informed by the guidance that the submission of our members and stakeholders, and in particular the implementing stakeholder, the IEC, the legal team, and the Home Affairs. This is a draft notes. I'm going to invite you to comment, and we affirm principal decisions we've taken, so that we allow the DHA, if there's a matter on the issues we've referred them to impress on, and then we allow the IEC to come back. Or alternatively, we can deal with that deliberations once both the stakeholders have made their presentation, so that we don't complicate the process. I think that can be a better option to allow the DHA and the IC to present. Can I get guidance? I see your hand, Honorable Pile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I wanted to propose that it would actually assist us if we got all the other presentations and then deliberated. I support that proposal. Okay. Any seconder to that?
Chair, I second that, Honorable Rose.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Rose and Honorable Mutise. Can I invite DHA if on the issues that, and then lastly, we'll then get to comment from the state law advisor and the parliamentary legal team again, so that we wrap up the process. Minister or DG, I'm not sure how we're going to, Deputy Minister, on how we're going to, let me just invite Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will allow the DG to deliberate to give a report about what our legal team is saying about this issue. But however, before he comes in, I just want to raise one issue from our understanding as a department. The issue of addresses and whether an independent candidate in a region can contest in more than one region. We are worried, Chairperson, that this is conflating compensatory seats, which are contested by political parties, which, if you remember, in the original advice from the Ministerial Advisory Committee, were saying they are equivalent to national seats. We believe these are being conflated with regional seats, which in the original advice, in the original document, were named province to national. This is my worry, Chairperson. If a member of a political party, because it's going to be members of political party in regions who contest, representing those parties, but contesting for the number of seats which will have been allocated to that particular region. Now, a member of political party, because it's a regional seat, will only contest in that region. Now he will be contesting with somebody who is getting votes from all the other regions. Now, is that fair? Is that equal vote I mean, is it equal is it proportional or is it equal for a person representing a political party to gather only votes from a particular region? And then for the contestant, the same person contesting him or her, to go and gather votes in other regions also. I want the committee to look at that because I find it quite problematic. That will also solve the issue of addresses. The people who are now presently in the National Assembly, who came by province to national list, they come from that particular province. They were never voted for by anybody outside that particular province, even if they were selected by political parties. They came by a proportion of the votes that that particular party were able to gather in that particular province and in none other province. And that's why we call it province to national. Now, for independence, I'm not sure what you are going to call it, because in every part of the country, there will be gathering votes. And I just think it's going to cause a very serious inequality. It's not a competition at all. And I think it must be looked into. I'll allow the DG to say something about what we've referred to our legal team. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DG.
No, thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to the committee members and also the Deputy Minister and the commissioners from the IEC and the CEO. So on the issues that have been raised, you'll recall, Chairperson, that on the 21st of June, in the presentation that we made, we indicated that Council has requested for more time to finalize the submission, particularly on the practical implications of some of the issues that have been raised. They've not finalized that given the complexity around some of the issues that we need to finalize. And they've indicated that we will, before the end of this week, make a formal submission to yourselves on those issues that have been identified as well by the Parliament's legal team. So that's the brief that we have for the committee this morning. Thank you, Chairperson and Minister.
Thank you very much, members. That is the comment from the DHA. I think the DG and the Minister, if your time frame will sit on this week, it will be important that we receive those submission so that we're able, because roughly all the issues the committee has managed to deal with. So we may need to finalize these other outstanding issues and able to conclude this deliberations and allow the drafting of the A list. It's an important matter given our time allocation, so that we may need to move. I'm sure that we will appreciate a DG that, but also note the complexity of the matter. But I think the time frame and the work that is before both houses, in particular the NA, to finalize this process. So it will be important that you take guidance from the committee on how we must move faster in terms of attending to some of the issues which were referred. Thanks very much.
Indeed, sir. Indeed, Chair. Indeed.
Okay. Thank you very much. I will now invite Commissioner Love, and she will then do the delegation accordingly. Thank you, Commissioner Love.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to you, the honourable members, and the Minister and his team and other colleagues who are here from the legal fraternity. I'm accompanied by Commissioners Moepia and Masuku. The overall presentation will be led by the CEO and his team. Maybe before handing over to that team, I just wanted to raise a couple of things that are consequential to the presentation given by Mr. Njikela. I think that one of the issues that he's pointed to, where we indeed would need the guidance of the committee, does deal with issues like the cooling off period, and he then tied that to the issue of the verification of signatures in his presentation. I think from our perspective, the two issues are not as connected as I understood from the presentation. So I would ask the committee, first of all, to look at those separately when you do get to those issues. I think the other question that I just wanted to raise as a more general point, in the presentation, there was reference to the fact that legislation currently provides at the local government level, also in terms of the registration of parties and so on and so forth, for quantums to be, in terms of numbers of people who qualify to, or who are required to give signatures, and the quantums that are determined to be set in various ways. The one thing that I wanted to point out is that a lot of the legislation as it currently stands provides a framework that enables the Commission, in consultation with the Party Liaison Committee, to navigate the differences, for example, in quantums. So it's not something that gets set in primary legislation, and part of the reason for that is because we know that if there is a need for change on some of those details, that change, if it is going to be a change in the primary legislation, could take quite a long time. So I just say I want the committee to give some reflection on the enabling nature of the legislation and the possibility maybe, because obviously the committee does want to have some certainty, to ensure that that what is addressed in the primary legislation is the principles on which the Commission, in consultation with the Party Liaison Committee, can then navigate some of the details. And the last thing is that, I mean, in all of this, clearly, once some of the decisions have been made, the legislation will have to be assessed from the perspective of, is there equitable treatment that can be seen throughout the legislation in terms of candidates who come to face the electorate from political parties and those who come as independents. So with those few introductory remarks, Chairperson, I just thought it would be good if we can hand over to the CEO and his team, and he will then take us through the issues that you put before us previously in order to hopefully provide some clarity to the committee. If I may, through you, Chairperson, hand over to the CEO. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Love. CEO Mamabolo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Sorry for that. Chair, I hope all can see the presentation. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Mawolo, we can see the presentation. We can,
thank you very much.
Proceed. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to Minister and Deputy, Commissioner Love, Commissioners, DG, and colleagues both in the IC and in the department, as well as members of civil society joining us online. Perhaps three issues that we wish to deal with today. One is the promise we made in the last session to provide the committee with the regional quotas arising from the 2019 national and provincial elections, and indicating what the position is at 100%, 50, and so on, just to give the committee a sense of what is the numerical quantum involved in those quotas, so that the committee can then make a determination as to where they wish to place the formula for the quantum in relation to regional seats. Secondly, to deal with the differences between allocating remaining seats using the highest remainder method on the one hand, and the average number of votes per seat method on the other. And lastly, deal with the policy issues, some of which Commissioner Love has made reference. Now, members of the committee, the
Mr.
regional
Mamawulu,
hello, yes, sir.
so sorry, Mr. Mamawulu. I think you are not moving your slide.
You know,
I know
it has moved on our side. Okay, let me try again, and I apologize for that. It's moving on our side, Chair.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Remember in the last presentation, your statement, you indicated like that.
Yeah.
Maybe
can I ask Eddie, can you project rather on your side?
Or Mr. Salmon, Mr. Matons, please let's assist Mr. Mamawulu.
Chairperson?
Yes.
Are you able to see it?
No, we can see your details, but not.
Well, okay, I don't know. Okay. Okay, I don't know. Let me just try again. Are you able to see it now?
Yeah, we can see it. Let's try to move to second slide and see if, no, I think we're proper.
It's moving.
Yeah, we're proper now. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Mamawulu, for disturbing us.
No, thanks very much, Chairperson. We can go to the third slide, Dr. Matons. Yes. The quota in the Eastern Cape in 2019, that is the full quota, was 77,713. And at 50%, that gets to 38,000. And at 30-23, at 20-15, and at 15%, it gets to 11,000. So you can go on, you can put do 10 and 5 even to look to get the quantum. In the Free State, not very far, 75,000 the full quota. In Gauteng, it was the highest at 92,601, and then the Western Cape at Western Cape at 88,008, and KZN 86,967. So, Chair, really, I can't go through all the numbers. I think they're there for the record. The committee can look at what they believe would be fair, really, to independence, the quantum that would be fair. I mean, 15% is not the last word. You could go to 10, you could go to 5 as well, depending on the policy choice that the committee would wish to make. Can we move to the next slide, Eddie? Thanks. Now, Chair, looking at the quantum of those quotas, it becomes evident that the management of signatures will only be viable if they are submitted electronically. Let's take, for example, if you were to say 20% in, and that 20% of the previous quota in 2019, for example, it would be 15,000 in the Eastern Cape, 15,000 in the Free State, 18,000 in Gauteng, 17,000 in KZN, 15,000 in Limpopo, 15,000 in Mpumalanga, 14,000 in Northwest, 13,000 in Northern Cape, and 17,000 in the Western Cape. Now, if this were to be brought as physical hard copies, it will take a lot of time for us to get those captured, verify them against the voters' roll, and so on. So we do want to indicate that the management of these signatures would only be viable if they are submitted electronically. And secondly, the type of application we build to facilitate the recordal of those signatures has to have an instant verification capability, i.e., it has to check the voter's roll status of the person submitted and have a running log of how many signatures have been verified, so that the independent or his staff or whoever is involved can know at any one time how many IDs have been successful and those that have not been successful. And the submission dates of the signatures must align with the prescribed dates in the election timetable. So, the election timetable will say the close of a nomination is this. By that date, all the signatures must be in and verified together with the prescribed deposits. This is important because it is crucial that candidate nomination has to close at a particular point so that the complex process of producing ballots may commence. And all indications are that we are going towards a very complex ballot production project that the country has not had to deal with before. And here are the key factors relevant thereto. One is that we're anticipating longer ballots. In the provinces, in the National Assembly, national to national, as well as the regional ballots. And our experience from last year's election is that very few printers can handle ballots with the length of over 720 millimeters, which means the production capacity, the longer the ballot grows, the production capacity reduces. So there's an inverse relationship between the length of ballots and the production capacity available to produce that. So that's one area of complexity involved. The second complexity involved with the production of the ballot is that the single ballot column, as we've known it since 1994, may no longer be possible because of that issue, that you may have to do double columns or multiple columns to accommodate parties and independents on the regional ballot as well as on the provincial ballot. Or even we may be moving towards a multiple column, as I said, or multiple page ballot. We may have to go that route. So more time is therefore required than has hitherto been the case for the production of the ballot. Hence, we say that the management of the signatures cannot be manual, and they have to be electronic, and perhaps the bill must indicate that upfront, so that there's no fight about it ahead of an election. It's clarified in the bill that those signatures, whatever the quantum, they have to be submitted through electronic means to the Electoral Commission. Can we move on and the tema 20? Then the second issue, Chair, is allocating remaining seats by highest remainder method vis-a-vis allocating remaining seats using the average number of votes per seat method. On the left-hand side, we using the group and applying the highest remainder method. You'll see that the parties would have gotten the same number of valid votes in both scenarios, and the total ballots cast, total valid ballots cast is 400,356 votes. And there are 25 seats available in that legislative assembly. Now, Party 2, you see, it has gotten 1,99,455 votes. And when you apply the group formula, they get 15 seats at the first allocation. Party 5 gets 3 at the first allocation, and Party 6 gets 1, and Party 8 gets 4. And the total seats allocated in the first round is 23. Then you put all the remainders and you rank them to the maximum number of seats available. And we know that in this legislative assembly, it's 25 seats, 23 have been allocated in the first round, and there's a balance of 2, which means we have to allocate 2 additional seats. And then we look at the remainders and check which is the highest remainder. It is Party 9 at 83,707. And then Party 6 will be ranked second because the remainder there is 63,577. And you then allocate those remaining seats to them on the strength of their highest remainders. and that gets you to 25 seats in that legislative assembly. So if you use the highest average of votes per seat method, you do the same for the first allocation, but instead of working on the highest remainders, you take the total valid votes for party and divide by the number of seats that party received. So let's take party number 2. In the first allocation, they get 15 seats. So you'll take 1,399,455, divide that by 15, and then you get the average number of votes per seat. And so it goes. Now, those average votes per seat in respect of each party are ranked to distribute the 2 final seats. And party 6 gets the first rank because it after dividing their total valid votes with the 1 vote that they got, they remain at 155,000, and then party 5 at 101. And then that's how you then allocate. That's how you then do your allocation. So in the first instance, when you use the highest remainder, you are actually going to see which is the highest remainder. And then in the second instance, you use the highest average of votes per seat as a methodology. Again, the committee would have to make a policy decision as to which of the 2 methods will be viable for use. The next slide, and I think that deals with the last issues that the Commission really wants to comment on. And I mean, at the risk of sounding quite repetitive, the Commission has indicated that it will not prefer policy options in relation to the business before the committee. It would rather focus on the practical implications of the policy options. And in our view, there appears to be 3 outstanding policy issues that require the attention of the portfolio committee. Firstly, the cooling off period for independence. This is a very difficult subject because the Commission doesn't know who are members of which political party. And when those people left their parties. So that's that practical difficulty. The issue is going to be whether by the time that is, by the date that is prescribed for submission of lists of candidates, whether the person is compliant or not in relation to the number of signatures as well as the prescribed deposits. Those are elements that the Commission can handle objectively. That is within the sphere of control for the Commission. The participation of independents in the compensatory seats, again, it's a policy matter, and the Commission really, as they indicated, would want to leave that in the hands of the portfolio committee. The Commission has engaged the issues on the basis of the policy proposal that was placed before the portfolio committee. And so goes the issue of the split between the regional seats and the compensatory seats. Those are matters that we believe within the policy remit of the committee. If called to, we can explain the technical nuance involved in their operationalization. And that's the presentation, Chairperson. Thanks, Commissioner Love. Can I go back to you?
Thank you very much, CEO. Chairperson, to you and other honourable members, we then will hand back. I don't think there's anything to add at this stage. Commissioner Moyepia and Commissioner Masuku will respond if there are any questions in addition to the CEO. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Love, and also Mr. Mamavulo for your presentation. Members, this is the 3 presentations, not two presentations that we have received for the comment from Home Affairs on the 3 issues which in principle we've agreed as the consensus on the group formula, vacancy, and the number of ballots. But on the detailed response that the council will have to still to come back to the committee. Then the IEC presentation, and also the issues that we dealt with, which was presented collectively by the Mr. Njikela and the content advisor on the recap on the process that we've been engaged on. I'm going to invite members to interface in that sequence, and noting that the perhaps outstanding issues that we still have to get from the Department of Home Affairs. It will be important that we take a key resolution on some of the issues that we have in principle resolve on, that are waiting for details, like the IEC has discussed. Correctly articulated that on the policy issues before the committee, which we were fully aware, and that will take those decisions because we are informed by the submission and referral that we had ought to get for receive from yourself as the stakeholders that must inform our proper resolve on the issues. So I'm going to invite members to interface on these 3 areas that I've identified. I've also noted that I got indication, as I've indicated earlier, that there will be load shedding, and members must also, or the attendance, note that matter. I'll start with Honorable Pile, Honorable Ross, Honorable Khwase, Honorable Kanyile, and Honorable Mutise. We'll note Honorable Molekwa, she's having flu, and she will not manage to participate, but she's in the meeting. In that order, Honorable Pile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And let me first thank all of the different stakeholders for the presentations, and also for the clarifying some of the matters that we've been discussing over the weeks. Chair, I think I must first place on record my appreciation to the process that we have been following. It has been truly a long journey, and for us to get to this point, I think we must commend all members, including yourself as a chair, for having led so well, and all our stakeholders. I'm going to zoom in. I want to agree with the presentation by legal, that we have agreed that the word or region should remain or retained I think it was a view from almost all members that there is no harm in replacing region with province because it was self-explanatory and that it's able to make clear sense and differentiation in terms of what it means. So the first one on clause 1 was that it should remain and retain that. Then on clause 2, which speaks to clause 2 and clause 4, I want to, I think we've also been very clear about inclusion of independence in both the liaison committees. I just want to remind committee chair that I did raise at some point in our discussions more than once that perhaps the word political may be seen as a challenge for us because independence may perceive not to be politically aligned. And so I proposed, and this is only a proposal, like was mentioned, that we just needed to consider the name, alternate name. And the proposal there was to just leave it as simple as liaison committee. And I'm still proposing that perhaps we can be able to use the word liaison committee and just to be able to remove political, just so that we are able to accommodate for the way they may perceive it to be. In respect of clause 4, which I think has been discussed at length, I want to draw committee's attention to the input that we received from the minister in respect of party candidates versus independents. If a party candidate is required to be on a regional list and not on any other regional list, then why is it different than for independents? And I think I still want to submit that we be able to unpack that more. But I see no harm in an independent contesting the space of the NA, like in the submission made by the IEC, that perhaps because you're allowed to vote anywhere in the country in a national election, in a general election, and also that you could be registered anywhere in the country, that you could be able to contest that space. But I think we need to be clear about which ballot that means and which space, because if it is direct NA, and I think maybe to just use the terms that we use so we'll understand, it's NA to NA. If it's a NA to NA, then I see no problem with it. But if it is from province to national, then, Chair, I think it's important to note that you come from where you are to be represented from a particular province to a national. And I'm saying this because political parties have lists where they have a list of candidates from their party who are in a specific province that get nominated to go to the National Assembly on the ticket of the province. Now, it makes perfect sense then to apply the same rule for independence, that you come from a province you reside in to be represented in the NA. So for me, I think it's important for us to differentiate the two in terms of where you're being represented and on which ticket you're going. So it may speak, Chairperson, to the ballot. Chair, I want to draw your attention to the signature requirement and deposit requirement. I think that in principle, we've agreed that yes, there should be requirements and that there should be signatures. And we've also, my proposal from the last discussion, and I've heard it now being said again by the IEC in saying that there should be some kind of legislation around it. I'm still proposing, Chairperson, that the Act should contain the requirements in terms of signatures. We have proposed that it should be 50% of the quota of a seat in the previous election. And I'm still going to propose that this could be a possible formula that we use. But I just want to while I was doing a quick calculation while the presentation was on, if you look at this thing about local government where you require 50 signatures to contest. Now, if you look at that, 50 signatures, and I'll take an example of eThekwini, we have 111 wards, times 50 gives you 5,500. Now, if you had to look at KZN as a whole, there's 54 municipalities. So which means you would need to then, as a fair process, be able to get Ghana signatures across. And that just comes to about 297,000 signatures if you had to look at all municipalities. Because remember, you are going to be contesting either a provincial legislature seat or an NA. Now, take that and multiply it by 9 and look at what the requirements will be. So I think, Chair, that the proposal of 50% of the quota of a seat in the previous election is far less than the 50 at a local government if you had to do the calculations and the maths. And I was just saying, I was doing this because I wanted to draw your attention to what it will mean and what it will become. In respect of the deposit, Chair, I'm still in support of saying that the IEC should be able to determine this. Again, my proposal is that it may change from time to time, and especially with the economics situation of the country, and it changes all the time, perhaps then we have to look at it. But I also want to draw attention of the committee and members to what was said about the difference for the NA and the provincial legislature. It already exists, and I think it must be that way, that the deposit is different when it comes to province, and the deposit is different when it comes to the National Assembly. In terms of cooling off period, it was agreed on the 3 months, and I'm still in support of that. And just on the multiple regions, I just wanted some clarity from legal, the first presentation that we had, because there was something that I didn't understand in their submission about multiple regions. But I want to still place emphasis on how this will affect party candidates in terms of the contestation of multiple regions. In respect of clause 11, Chair, I still am of the firm view, and I present that it should remain 200 to 200, that's the 50 to 50, and that the quota should be the single round group quota system. The ballot paper should be 3. Like in our previous discussions, we've presented that, and I'm still supporting that it be 3. We've agreed on vacancies. I think there was consensus that it should be the next available candidate or political party. We've also agreed, Chairperson, on party agents, or agents, if we call them, should be allowed in terms of PLC. But the last one, which I requested at the last meeting, and I'm happy that we received this presentation, is in respect of the highest remainder and highest average. And Chair, in view of the presentation by the IEC, I want to support the view that it should be the highest remainder and not highest average. And let me just take members to one important point. If you look at that slide where they're looking at the highest average of votes per seat versus highest remainder, on the highest remainder, Party 5 receives 3 seats and Party 8 receives 4 seats. But on the highest average, Party 5 and Party 8 receives 4 seats each. Now this, in comparison to the number of votes received, Party 5 received 303,309 and Party 8 received 390,134. The difference of votes is almost 87,000 votes. However, on the highest average, both parties get the same amount of seats. But on the highest remainder, Party 5 gets 1 less than Party 8. And I think it'll be unfair to Party 8 to get the same amount of seats as Party 5 when they received almost 87,000 votes more. And I think based on that submission, Chair, I want to propose that we go with the highest remainder and not highest average. I thank you.
So thank you, Honorable Pillay. Honorable Ross.
Thank you, Chairperson, and yeah, thank you very much again to all the presenters for your considered input. Yeah, Chairperson, I think, you know, it might seem strange, why are we going around these issues again and again? But I think, you know, it's clear that South Africa does need electoral reform, general electoral reform. And we are here in this forum and with this bill to specifically look at a specific constitutional court requirement. And perhaps sometimes it's difficult to say, well, it can be tempting to say, how do we bring in elements of overall electoral reform when we are trying to meet the requirement of the Constitutional Court judgment? And certainly we've discussed it already, Chair, all of these things would be a lot easier with constituencies, but to have constituencies in place would take too much time to be in time for the next election. I mean, we talk about public inputs of wanting to have public representatives in the National Assembly that are directly accountable to them. And in essence, voters want to see their public representative. They want to see them close to where they are. And so, it's difficult to model this when everybody's grouped into a region. But that is where we are now. So certainly, it would be a lot of an easier discussion with constituencies. And I think it's critical, and it's something this committee needs to ensure that once this legislation is put in place, that in the next term, indeed, we definitely have this amendment to bring constituencies into the mix. And then again, Chairperson, the overall proportionality. So I think, Honorable Malekwa brought it up a couple of meetings ago in terms of saying we have this complex seat allocation system that's introduced here into a bill that is supposed to be a minimalist approach. And I think as much as we've seen we've looked at Droop, etc., we have never once looked at the 2019 figures and seen how that three-stage process or any of the other proposals actually changes that result. It's something that we haven't seen. And so the other thing about the seat allocation and the proposed process, whether it's one stage at regional and 3 stages overall, etc., I think it's very difficult for everybody to conceptualize it. It's very technical, it's very mathematical. And when you use smaller figures, it looks very different to when you use large figures. And I think, Chairperson, that thing of changing that seat allocation to something that is difficult for the general public to understand and understand the full implications of it has also set the cat amongst the pigeons. Really, in our view, unnecessarily. And this is why, Chairperson, we proposed before that we keep with the existing seat allocation system, which ensures in the first round your general proportionality. And then in the second round of that allows for the allocation of seats in regions, and then comes back at the end and tops up that general proportionality. So, Chairperson, that would be a much simpler approach than trying to now look at a seat allocation system that hasn't been used anywhere else in the world. So we don't have a reference for how it works, what the outcomes are, and also then raises concerns, especially from civil society organizations, about things like wasted votes and lost votes and different quotas, etc. And all of that is avoidable by taking the existing seat allocation system and simply saying that you add an independent candidate in there, and they have a limit of 1 seat that they are able to get. I think it really simplifies things, Chairperson. If I can just also, as Honourable Pillay did, just go through the clauses. I think if we look at the definitions, these are things that, region we have agreed on in our opinion. And then the liaison committee, I think it's something that was raised before, and we don't disagree with it. I think it was just that the point that was made last time as well was if you have a lot of documentation, training material, etc., that already says PLC on it, that naming it political liaison committee might just help that you don't have to go and rechange all that documentation. So that was that was the reason why we were quite in favor of political liaison committee. But I wouldn't say that we are against calling it a liaison committee. So I think that's just something to consider. What are the knock-on implications? All the training materials, manuals, guides that refer to a PLC, are they going to now have to be changed if we make it an LC? Then in terms of clause 4, nomination of independent candidates, Chairperson, if I may, I wasn't sure that I understood what Honourable Pillay was referencing to when he spoke about independent candidates on the NA to NA, because my understanding was that that was not possible under the current proposal. So I just wanted to understand what was that a proposal that be allowed? Chairperson, I think that the issue here that we said again with the nomination of independent candidates and the registration requirements. Again, the seat allocation system makes this quite, it makes it complex, because now we sit in a situation where we have party candidates, and we are trying to now understand, are we trying to compare independent candidates to party candidates or to parties? And perhaps as we are looking at this whole approach, it is fair to compare independent candidates to candidates that are in a party, that have chosen to associate with the party. And therefore we need to ensure in this case that that the same counts for everybody. So if you have an independent, if you're a candidate in a political party and you're only allowed to stand on one list, that the independent candidate should also be able to stand on list, that we have that fairness. I think we've always asked for that fairness between, because the Constitutional Court at the end of the day asked that Parliament makes it possible for independent candidates to be able to participate without having to associate with a political party and with other candidates. Then in terms of the signature requirement, we think that the 50% of the seat requirement is it's a reasonable proposal there. I think at any one of our family Christmas parties, I would probably be able to send around a petition and get 50 family members to support that, Chairperson. So Chairperson, I just, I think that 50% of the seat requirement is not bad. It would have been good. We had requested from the IEC to please just try and look around the world and see what some sort of seat requirements are. I have gone and looked at that, and in different countries they have something similar to what Honourable Pillay was referring to, where the smaller the jurisdiction that you participate in, the smaller the number of seats required is, and it goes down from as little as three petitions up to your sort of 25, 35,000. And so we don't disagree with Honourable Pillay's assessment. Honourable Pillay's assessment that 50% of the seat requirement, I think it's something that we had discussed for a while. Sorry, Chair.
No, noted, Ross.
In the deposit requirement, Chairperson, I think the determination of the deposit requirements in collaboration with the PLC or the LC is possibly the way to go. I think it's something that it's probably difficult to legislate here in the law and say this is an amount, and it's something that would need to be agreed over there. The cooling off period, I think that what the IEC has presented is very valid. That for this to work, that the signature should be electronically received, and in a way that is automatically verifiable.
Honourable Ross.
Yes.
Yeah. Can you ask our stakeholders on the other side that is taping your meeting?
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, just for a minute so that you proceed without. Okay, if you're fine, you can proceed, Honourable Ross. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, you can proceed. Thank you.
Okay. I'm just looking through the rest of the points. Yeah, Chairperson, if you look at clause 11, the 200 versus 300, I think the 300 is proposed looking forward to a multi-member constituency system, which would be very difficult to implement with 200 regional seats. And so this was behind the proposal that one could consider 300 regional seats. It would allow you, when you are going to the point where you split up constituencies, that you then have a lot more latitude there, and you're not limited. Because if you have 200 seats, even with a scenario, one of the proposals was to use district boundaries, etc. Even then, you'd have 66 constituencies and only 200 seats to split them all into. And so, Chairperson, the 300 to 100 assists with that, and it also assists with the main portion of the seat allocation really happens in the regional seat allocation, and so this will allow for better quotas there and more persons that can get in by meeting the quota instead of having to rely on a remainder. This was the rationale behind 300 to 100. Chairperson, in terms of the next item, regional seats and the droop quota and the 3-round system, I've already spoken about that, Chairperson, in terms of our proposal being that the existing seat allocation system be retained, in that in the first round an overall proportional calculation is done, then the regional allocations are done, and then in the last round the top up for proportionality is done. I think we've spoken about vacancies before and agreed on that. And then, Chairperson, in terms of the discussion about highest remainder versus average votes, I think the main difference that you see here is that with average votes per seat, only parties that have already received a vote get a seat, get one of the extra seats. And my understanding of our deliberations over time is that it's been a principle that we seem to have all agreed on, that if you get more votes than the next person, you should get that next seat. And so I agree with what Honorable Pillay said in terms of highest remainder being more desirable. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Lokhwase.
Thank you very much, Chair. And Chair, without any waste of time, I honestly would like to agree with some of the submissions made by Honorable Ruos, but I'm partly covered by what was raised by Honorable Pillay. But on clause 1, in as much as Honorable Pillay is suggesting the liaison committee, I would also want to agree with Honorable Ruos to say changing from PLC to LC might be a bit of a problem. But my suggestion would be that, or I would want to agree with the word party liaison committee, as long as the definition on the Act will be specific to say, by saying party, we are not referring to political party, rather than we are referring to all parties participating or taking part in the elections. And Chair, also on the issue of, or let me go to, I do not want to touch on what has already been mentioned because I will honestly be repeating myself. But also I want to talk on clause 4, Chairperson. I am covered by the submission of Honorable Pillay on clause 4. But also, Chair, on the issue of clause 11, on clause 11, my view is that we must leave it as it is. The ratio must remain as 200 to 200. But I'm honestly largely covered by the submissions of Honorable Pillay. I would not want to waste time because I will be repeating what he has just mentioned. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Lokhwase. Honorable Kanyile.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I have been mostly covered by Honorable Rose, and I'd like to welcome all the presentations that we have received today. However, I just have a few concerns that I need to raise. Chairperson, when we left the previous meeting, I was under the impression that the IEC was going to regulate on the number of signatures and maybe give us guidance on how we can find or arrive at the formula for the deposit that needs to be paid by the independent candidates. In their previous presentation, if my memory serves me well, I remember they mentioned that the current political parties for national participation, they're paying about 200,000, and for the provincial, they're paying 45,000. Then there was a mentioning of a formula that was going to be given to us to be able to determine the deposit that needs to be paid by the independent candidates. After the presentation that was presented before us by the IEC, I did not get an indication of the number of signatures that need to be submitted, except for the percentages that was given to us. I'm not sure whether that decision, it is now coming back to us to decide on how many signatures the independent candidates need to provide, as well as the deposit. Another thing that I'd like to get clarity on, Chairperson, there's something that was mentioned by Honorable Minister, especially concerning the independent candidates contesting in more than one region, that they'll be at an advantage than party candidates that are only participating or contesting in one region. I did not grasp the minister fully. I'd like to ask the minister, maybe in his closing, to just repeat what he was saying so that I can be sure that we are on the same page. Then if I have any comment or question, I will then come back again. Then on the other issues, Chairperson, I don't want to repeat what has been said by the colleagues. I think I am covered. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kanyile. Honorable Mutise.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think I'm also largely covered by the submissions made by Honorable Pillay. I just want to make an emphasis on the issue of independent candidates contesting in all regions. I remember in the previous discussions we had not found consensus. However, I want to agree with the proposals by the IEC that independent candidates can be allowed or should be allowed to contest in all regions. My only concern is what is not coming out clear. It's the votes that would have been garnered across all regions. What happens then? Are they going to be consolidated into one vote, or we are only going to accept or allow independents to consider the most highest votes that they would have received from regions, instead of allowing them to collect votes from all regions and put them into one? I think that would be unfair on political parties. And secondly, or lastly, Chair, it's on the ratio of 200 to 250-50. I want to support that it should remain the same on 200 to 250 to 50, instead of it being on 300 to 100 or the other way around. I think we should just leave it as it is, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, members, for your input and for resolving on the first report that was presented as your decision on the issues that were covered. And I think it's important that you also zoomed into other issues that you could not repeat the issues that demonstrated that consultation process of engagement on these issues. And I think there's resolve on all the issues that are being raised by the recap notes that formulate our resolutions. There are issues that I will allow again the IEC to come back, comment on the issues that are raised by members, and will then have a process flow. If the Home Affairs had properly finalized their responses, comment on details, and we have highlighted earlier on that in principle we agreed, we resolve on the issues that we must deal with in the electoral amendment, which are the drop formula, the vacancy issues, and the number of votes. But noting that they still have to come back, we could have able to resolve on all the issues. Then we proceed on the drafting of the A list for purpose of its presentation in our next meeting. But I will later on invite legal to make impression on the issues that I'm referring to. Commissioner Love, there may be other issues that may need to be commented on, which are relatively your area of work. And you have indicated that the Commissioner Masuku and Commissioner Miebza will also take participation in responses, and then we will then invite Mr. Mamabolo. I'm not sure whether we must start with Mr. Mamabolo and then we come to commissioners, but you'll direct Commissioner Love. Then we'll then determine whether we need the minister to make comments or consolidate the response as council consulted, and then we deal with one a report in our next session so that we finalize this process. I'll be guided by the minister. I'm just advising that may be a proper way, but we'll get to the minister and the DM and the DG. Commissioner Love.
Thank you, Chairperson, and sorry for a moment ago. Chairperson, I would like to ask that Commissioner Moyepia would, I think, respond in the broadest, the broader terms to what the Honourable Kanyile was asking in relation to the actual number of signatures and so on. And then he can then direct there are the issues he wishes to raise and whether Dr. Masuku would like to come in, but then we will hand over to the CEO to sweep on the issues. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. In that order, Commissioner Miebza.
Thank you, Chairperson of the session. Greetings to the Minister, the Deputy Minister, honourable members, colleagues, and everyone on the platform. I wanted to start off with the independents contesting regions. In other words, the National Assembly election being seen as one huge constituency and anyone being able to contest in that. The CEO went at length in the last meeting of this committee, and all we were saying was that to the extent that independent candidates will be allowed to contest in more than one region, that should be so, and same must be extended to political party candidates. And we did indicate that that would not mean that you know, if you contest in a region, your votes are pulled from all regions to bolster one region necessarily. In fact, it wouldn't be so. And I think that should clarify the position on the equality treatment as well as the eligibility to contest regions for both independent candidates as well as party candidates. The issue raised by Honourable Kanyile in relation to the numbers of signatures, we indicated that at every or ahead of every election, the Electoral Commission would normally invite, professionals, economists, political analysts, parties, anyone in the nation to say the IEC will be considering, how the requirements for deposits would be, for this particular election, taking into account the economic climate and so on and so forth. And on that basis, the Commission would then determine. We made that offer as an option to the committee to consider. And I think, as legal indicated, what we understood was that there was a general warming up to the idea, but the committee would need to make a decision as to whether it prefers a different method or the determination of deposits in a different way. In relation to signatures, the Commission has previously considered the issue of signatures. We have indicated in this instance that it is important that an objective criteria is sought. That's why the submission was that perhaps that objective criteria could be found in looking at what the proportion would be based on a previous election. And that suggestion really deals, from our point of view, with a number of issues. One, it is evident, everyone can calculate and see that. It makes it very easy to understand and very clear to know what the quantum would be. What we have not said is whether that quantum should be 1% of that previous proportion, or allocation, or 2% or 3%. The numbers are those that in our presentation today we have provided you. 50% gives you a fairly high number, as you have seen. 15% still at the lower end, I think, gives you about 13,000 signatures that an independent may be required. We have also acknowledged that there is a differentiation on the deposit, sorry that I go back there, that when one contests a province, it is not the same amount as one contesting the National Assembly. But in the event where we have 3 ballots, we may need to determine 3 distinct deposits for each type of ballot. I think that's really where I wanted to comment. The rest of the matters, we noted that members on the issues that we have dealt with did not raise further questions as far as I could pick up. I thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Commissioner Muyebza. Commissioner Masuku.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session, and good morning to you, Minister, and all the honourable members on the platform. I don't have anything further to add that will be useful at this point in time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Masuku. Thank you very much. Mr. Mamabulo.
Thanks, Chairperson, and thanks, Commissioner Love. I think Commissioner Muyebza has dealt with the issues that we needed, that required the response on our part. And for now, there's nothing more to add.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mamabulo, and thank Commissioner Masuku and Commissioner Muyebza and the Commissioner Love. Minister, I already attempting to caution that, but I will not want to limit you to come back and comment. Whether you will want to make responses outside your council team, or you can make comments and then further, so that when the responses from the council to the committee, it may affirm your views or correct your views. I'm sure you'll indicate which one you want us to note, Minister. I'm just inviting you as a result of the comments made by members.
Yeah, no, Chairperson, I would rather wait for our council to give the advices so that when we come to present to you, it is because we will have been advised legally, because quite a number of issues, as our council has said, are quite complex. So I wouldn't like to venture in them outside the advice of the council. I'm just hoping, as promised, it will be by this week, and then we'll submit them to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister. And I think that is a fair process, so that we were detailed on the issues. I'll invite Mr. Njikela if there's comment they will want to make, and the state law advisor on the issues that were raised. Let me start with the state law advisor. Mr. Williams, sorry, Ms. Williams or Ms. Govender.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning, honorable members. At this stage, Chairperson, in respect of preparation for the A-list, I think there's lots of issues which are still outstanding. And I think in order to prepare that A-list, we need definitive responses from the committee so that we can clearly crystallize as to what the proposed amendments is. I think there's lots of outstanding matters, and it's largely related to policy. And yeah, and as soon as the committee has provide clear instructions with regard to which amendments it wants to make to the legislation itself, we will be able to move, we will be able to prepare the A-list in respect of this matter. I think lots of the things that the parliamentary law advisor also eloquently raised earlier on was there's lots of areas where clarity needs to be made, where decisions need to be taken. And once those decisions are made and taken, it will be clearer as to how we proceed with the A-list. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Legal team. Mr. Njikela? Oh, sorry,
Good morning. Yes, Chair, it's Daksha here. I think Mr. Njikela, we've lost him because of load shedding. I want to echo what Ms. Williams has said, that there's certainly lots of issues still outstanding where certain firm decisions need to be made. And this will, with all anticipation, be made after the committee has also heard from the Department of Home Affairs. But we've definitely taken note of the deliberations, but in order to prepare that A-list and getting that ball rolling, we definitely still need firm decisions on lots of issues. A case in point is that while in principle, members agree that the term party liaison committee should change, we now heard that there are two possibilities. Should we call it the political liaison committee? Should we call it a liaison committee? And until decisions like those are made, then only we can prepare the A-list. But Chairperson, I also just want to say that unless I missed it, I didn't hear much deliberation on the detail of how the bill should provide for agents for independent candidates. I understand that there's in principle agreement that independent candidates should have agents, but again, we're missing the detail on how it should be provided for. Should independent candidates have one agent at every voting station? Should they have two? So I just want to alert the committee that those are still decisions that also need to be made so that we can start preparing the A-list. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, members. Is there any other matter you want to raise? Okay, I think thanks very much for the IEC and the legal team, the state law advisor. and members for have deliberated on the issues and considered on the earlier principal decision we have taken and reaffirm on them. And we're noting that there are certain issues that we ought to resolve on pending the detailed response of the DHA or audience that we must give DHA to respond, and which must take us to the drafting of the A list as it been indicated by the legal team, and that will able to assist the committee once the DHA has presented some of the issues that they had to look at, and which will the overall assessment of the deliberation on the issues that are agreed to in terms of the what have been presented by the legal team and the content advisor. The committee in principle are agreeing on the issues that have been raised. Where there were a different expression of views, things have been demonstrated that we have come closer to each other in terms of the consensus on the issues that may need to be dealt with. Minister, what will happen is that we'll then come back on Tuesday on the issues that DHA have to present to the committee, and on the matter that you have raised on that sufficiently need to be dealt with in our next meeting. The next meeting will then take resolutions on the key issues that we have put before us. And you remember that members in our last two committee meetings will dealt with the clause by clause issues where we've in principle resolved on certain matters. And this meeting and also the presentation of the IEC give us a proper understanding on the issues that were raised in our last meeting. We'll then in the next committee, portfolio committee meeting, resolve on the issues that are outstanding, which are related on the policy, and where there's no convergence. And I think as members, we've managed to rise up to have consensus on it. Once we've received Minister and his team, we'll be able to finalize and allow the A list to be taken, to be drafted. We'll then step off of this matter, Minister and honorable members, this item. And Commissioner Love, thanks very much, and the Minister, and then get into the government printing works. I think that is our understanding, honorable members, on how we'll deal with the finality of this matter in our next committee meeting. Can I establish from Honorable Pile, Honorable Ross, and Honorable Honorable Ross?
Yes, Chairperson, I agree with the proposed process.
Honorable Pile?
I agree, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Modise? Honorable Kanyile?
I agree, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Kanyile?
I agree, Chairperson. Thank you.
Honorable Lekhwase? Okay, so then we'll then have to redraft decisions that have been tentatively taken, Mr. Salmon and Daksha, so that we're able to present comprehensively on the issues that the committee has considered for purpose of affirming our decision in our next meeting. Thanks very much. We're stepping off this item. I'm going to invite Minister. Sorry, Commissioner Love, I thought you were raising a hand. I saw you attempting to present.
No, Chairperson, it's just to greet yourselves and colleagues and to ask that we could be excused unless you are still needing us.
No. Thanks very much, Commissioner Love, Commissioner Masuku, Commissioner Muyabza, and Head of Administration, Commissioner, sorry, Mr. Mamabolo and the team for sufficiently have gave technical advices on the committee on the practical issues that you have considered, and the committee may need to look on it. Thanks very much for your time. We are now releasing you, Commissioner Love, and your team. We're now inviting Minister Mtwaledi and the task team on the report. Minister, you'll introduce the task team members, and then you lead us in the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Please allow me to mute the video so that I was just trying to show myself to show that you are not speaking to a robot. I'm here in the video so that there should be no disturbances. Chairperson, I'm presenting to you the team, a panel which was chosen to do certain work at the government printing works. But just as a background, I want to remind you that after the collapse, of ICT systems on the 4th of February 2021 at the government printing works, one was very worried about the implications. And you may remember that there's a gentleman who has whistleblowed and come and changed in the form of an affidavit, which was sent to the Speaker of Parliament. And he claimed that what happened there was not an accident. It is something that has been planned either by omission or by commission. That worried me a lot. That statement worried me a lot, Chairperson. It made me spend sleepless nights because that is a national key point where security is very important. You would like to have people who make things collapse deliberately for whatever motive. And so it was worrying. Secondly, it worried me when the legal profession started showing that they are unable to work to finalize and execute estates because they could not get certain documents that they want. That also worried me a lot because it can hold the economy of the country at ransom. I was even more worried because, Chairperson, I appeared in front of this committee to announce to you the foothold that we starting to gain on the African continent in the manner of servicing them. I spoke to you about countries on the continent, starting with Namibia, who want us to print very important security documents for them. Subsequent to my announcing about Namibia, Kenya came on board, and at the level, very, very high level of presidents, whereby President Ramaphosa and President Uhuru Kenyatta signed an agreement on behalf of government printing works of the work that is going to be done. Since that time, many other countries came to the fore. Last week, I had a lengthy meeting with the ambassador of the DRC. The amount of work they want us to do for DRC is overwhelming. Please let me not mention it here for fear of counting one's chickens before they are hatched. So the questions I was having was, if we accept work from so many countries, are we about to disappoint them, especially on security issues, when they've given all the when they've put all the trust in our hands by virtue of some of the things that are happening there? For that reason, I approached the president and asked him to choose a presidential tribunal which will investigate exactly what is going on there. And later I got the response from the president that actually, as a minister in that particular area, I've got the right and the power to appoint such a tribunal. And that's why I chose to appoint the panel the panel was firstly going to inspect the loss of data. How was it lost? Members of the committee will remember that they were told when they were there that there was a power surge, like we've got this ESCOM problem now. That is a power surge that damaged things there. So they were supposed to investigate that and they lost data to investigate if it could ever be recovered, and if it can be, how are we going to recover that data? They were also supposed to look at security, because you remember the committee came to Government Printing Works and they were told about applications for jobs, for CVs which were stolen, and specific ones were stolen, and it will be quite discouraging for South Africans to apply for jobs only to find that their CVs are selectively stolen. I won't feel safe if I'm a member of the public applying for a job in that institution. So they were supposed to also look into that, and then they were supposed to come with recommendation. While recommendations will obviously be about consequence management, but the most important recommendation, as far as I'm concerned, was the issue of ICT governance, digital transformation, and the corporate and physical governance of the whole institution by virtue of saving the countries I've mentioned. I wanted very strong recommendations on that, so that when I come to you to boast about the number of companies, of countries that are using Government Printing Works, it will be that I'm reassured that there is no misdemeanor that will happen to such countries, because it will be extremely unfair to them. So I was looking forward for a strong recommendation in that regard. So Chairperson, I will take only 2 slides of the overview. From there, I'll give over to one of the team members to start with, to do the slides on introductions, findings, and finally, recommendations. As an overview, Chairperson, I think I've already given a lot of what the committee was there. That is on slide number 2. Can the slides be put on the what you call, please?
I was about to ask that.
Put on the screen. Sorry. Yes. Can you go to slide number 2? Put it on slideshow, please. Yeah. So I've already spoken about that first paragraph. The committee I chose, the panel rather, consisted of Advocate Mujangu Gumbi. As you know, they've put the position where she is now, but you are aware that she was the legal advisor to President Thabo Mbeki. She was a chairperson from June to August 2021, but she was called over to deal with the issues of the July unrest, as you know. She never left the committee, but she just left the chairpersonship and became an ordinary member of the committee. She's here today in the panel, and she gave over the chairpersonship to Mr. Papati Robert Malavi, who is going to take us on the presentation because he took over the chairpersonship from Advocate Gumbi. When Advocate Gumbi came back from the presidential work on the July unrest, she never took back the chairpersonship. She allowed Mtate Malavi to continue. So he will take you through the findings and everything. Then there's Dr. Batanda Siswana, as I told you, specializing in financial management and audit management and corporate and fiscal governance. Then there is Dr. Charles Mudau, specializing in ICT governance. As I told you, I'm more worried about ICT governance of Government Printing Works, also in digital transformation. Then there is Mr. Mpora Tore on operational issues and production issues, because we are going to be producing a lot of work for other countries. Then there's Ms. Rosina Botright, who is an investigator, specialized in investigation. Then there is Dr. George Sibia. Dr. George Sibia is one of the prominent members of the CSIR, the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. Is one of the principal researchers there. on technologies in technology and engineering, and his job was really the ICT governance. Chairperson, can you move over the slide? Slide number 3 shows that the panel decided that in order to do their work looking at the term of reference, they divided their investigation into 6 clusters. The first cluster, the ICT management, which I've mentioned it again and again and again. The second cluster is about corporate governance, legal advisory service and investigation. Then the third one about the human resources of the institution. Then the financial management being the fourth, and security management, both physical and electronic. I told you, security is very important in an institution that is taking the responsibility to hold secrets of other countries. So they had to look at both the physical and electronic security. And then from there on, operation and production as cluster number 6. I will then give over to Ndate Malawi to start with slide 4 on introduction, and then continue over to the findings, and then from there to and finish with the recommendations. Thank you. Ndate Malawi, can you take over, please? Through you, Chairperson, please.
Yes, thank you, Minister. You can proceed.
Hello, good morning, good day, Chairperson, Minister, and members of the Portfolio Committee, and my colleagues who are here from the panel. As already...
Ndate Malawi, sorry, if you just show your face and then mute the mic, definitely, I don't think many members have seen you before. They just know what you look like.
Yeah, sorry, maybe we can establish that principle that when even panel members, if they're going to respond, they may just show, because we know there's a problem of network load shedding.
Is it showing?
No, it doesn't show. It just show Papati Malawi. If you can switch on your video.
Can't get the video here. Start unmute video.
Okay, proceed, Mr. Malawi.
Yes,
just
press
proceed.
unmute video.
Okay.
No, I think you can proceed, Mr. Malawi. We'll deal with the logistics later. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, as I said, as already alluded to by the Minister, my name is Papati Robert Malawi, and I'm the current chairperson of the panel after Advocate Mujanku. And I will start from introduction. And on 4 February 2021, a server supporting corporate services and e-government and government printing works crashed. The crash resulted in a loss of critical data, a part of which the ministerial panel has been informed may never be recovered. ICT division staff members informed the panel that the crash was caused by a surge in electricity when power resumed after a blackout. The panel established from ESCOM and the city of Tshwane that on the relevant days there were no outages around the area. And the panel subsequently found that the surge was caused by non-compliant electrical installations at Pavilion 2, which housed the crashed server. The panel's key finding is that the incident of 4 February 2021 was caused by poor maintenance of ICT infrastructure due to essentially the fact that the CIO and his team did not know how to perform proper functions on the server, such as loading of disks, scrubbing them before loading new data, and ensuring that there's proper backups should there be a problem, because ICT equipment do fail, and all this accompanied by a lack of support and maintenance contracts with service provider for servicing the ICT-related equipment. Underpinning these issues, however, is a failure of management and supervision at various levels, which are the ultimate cause of systematic failures at GPW, especially illustrated in the slides that follow. And the next slide, prior to the event of 4 February, a server was procured to migrate data from the damaged Hewlett-Packard Enterprise Virtual Array server. The panel was informed by the EVA's original equipment manufacturers, that is Hewlett-Packard, that the damaged unit had been installed in April 2011 and that support and the provision of patches had been terminated on 31st May 2017. And after this date, Hewlett-Packard was engaged on the time and material support basis when support was needed for the maintenance of the EVE. Though the IC team had not been part of the procurement of the hyperconverged server in 2017, they had a period from 2017 to 4 February 2021 to migrate the data from the damaged EVA to the new hyperconverged infrastructure. During 2018, talks of migrating services from the EVA to the hyperconverged infrastructure began. The last known support on maintenance contract from Hewlett-Packard on a part and material time support basis ended in 2018. In October 2018, HP provided a budgetary code for data center maintenance, which would include all HPE assets. The panel was informed by the ICT team that this code was rejected on the basis that it was too expensive. In November 2018, the Chief Information Officer, who has since resigned in January 2022, submitted requirements to the then Chief Financial Officer for a tendering process to secure a new hardware maintenance and support contract. The CIO submitted a reminder in 2019, and response from the supply chain management was that the suppliers did not respond. On 23, the next slide. On 23 April 2019, the servicing of the UPS undertaken by Tescom, that is a third-party specializing in UPS products, identified the need to replace the parallel board, which had been overheating. The batteries on both UPSs were found to be in good condition. In October 2019, it was discovered that a backup library was not functioning optimally and that tape drives were failing. The replacement of tape library disk devices was performed by the Deputy Director Infrastructure Specialist. During 2020, the tape library was repaired in-house. Delayed were experiencing result of procured tape drives and the robotic arm, which was found to be faulty in need of repairs. In July 2020, more frequent EVA hard drive failures were reported. The infrastructure specialist made a request for this to be replaced, and the director of operation highlighted the need to migration to be effected, which at this point had been delayed for close to 2 years. Records showed that hard drive failures had been occurring since 2015, and application for a firmware upgrade for the EVA was made by the then CEO. The next slide. ICT service interruptions occurred on the morning of 2 December 2020. Subsequently, the Deputy Director Infrastructure Specialist scheduled a meeting on 3 December 2020 to revise the migration project. In this communication, the infrastructure specialist said, "This morning's service interruption is a sign this EVA is 1 foot in the grave already." This showed an awareness by the IT team of the agency of moving data from the crashed EVA. And the UPSs were serviced on 22 January 2021, almost 2 years after the previous service in 2019. On this UPS service date, the batteries were identified as needing replacement, but were not replaced until after the incident of 4 February 2021. On the latter day, an alleged power surge occurred in Pavilion 2 server room at GPW Fiscal Street, leading to the collapse of the UPSs and the EVA storage unit, which still hosted critical system databases which were in the process of being migrated. Although the acting facilities manager and the CIO were notified in writing regarding this aspect by TESCOM, no attempt was made to attend to the replacement of the batteries prior to the incident of 4 February 2021. And the next slide, upon identification by the GAP staff about power issues in the server room office on the 4th of February 2021, TESCOM South Africa, a party specializing in UPSs, was called to assess the server situation. TESCOM identified issues with the two UPSs, the replacement of the batteries in both, as well as electronic component, that is the switch over board, which was also damaged during the incident. On the day of the interview with the panel, that is on 26 August 2021, TESCOM informs the panel that they had not been able to determine whether the UPS's batteries had collapsed first or whether the switch over electronic circuit board had been damaged first. Either way, TESCOM South Africa informed the panel that the collapse of the UPS was due to non-maintenance. System downtimes collapse are expected in any organization. The explanation from IT headed by the CIO for system downtime on the 4th of February 2021 is that there was an electricity surge which was caused by load shedding, not non-compliant installation. When informed about the reports from ESCOM and City of Tshwane indicating that there had been no power outages on the 4th of February around the area of the server room, the CIO claimed that the surges were internal to GPW, attributable to the power reticulation issues dating from 2019 at Pavilion 2, where the server room was located, which had not been attended to as at 4 February 2021. The next slide. A report from by Oricon, a service provider contacted by GPW in 2019 to test the power reticulation at Pavilion 2, had found that the electrical installation were not compliant and that the power distribution box had been breached in order to prevent the power supply from tripping. The contractor further found that the two UPSs were old, outdated, poorly maintained, and needed to be replaced by UPSs with hot swappable capability because of the sensitive nature of the data center environment. As a result, when the alleged power surge occurred on 4 February 2021, both UPSs collapsed and the unfiltered grid power damaged the EVA server, which hosted the e-Gazette, financial management, and other data. The panel was advised by CSSI and HPE, which were the original manufacturers of the server, that even if there had been a power surge, the UPSs should have been capable of maintaining the power supply to the servers, provided they had been in good condition and properly maintained. The event on and after the server crash of 4 February are summarized reflected in the slides number 10 to 12. These slides were copied from a report that was prepared for the parliamentary committee when it visited GPW. So it's already recorded in Parliament. There will be no need to go through it. That is slide number 10 and slide number 11 and slide number 12. And we'll go to continuity management. That is the findings. The following slide, the following expert opinions were obtained during the course of the review. TESCOM South Africa that specializes in UPSs stated that the collapse was due to lack of maintenance, most notably the non-replacement of the batteries, as recommended on 22 January 2021. Hewlett-Packard Enterprise stated that non-adherence to protocols in respect of replacement of disks and grouping of such disks due to the corrupted metadata, the data is unrecoverable. That HPE was the second service provider to try to restore the EVA once the power had been restored in the server room by Tescom. CSI from 17 March 2021 and after HP attempt to resolve the server issues, CSI, a third-party data recovery specialist service provider, also attempted data recovery from the EVA storage unit due to corrupted metadata, stated that the data is unrecoverable. Expect to work on such a recovery are limited and tools do not exist in the open market. The Ministerial Review Panel's opinion is that data from the HP EVA is unrecoverable based on expert opinions. The main contributor to the loss of data is the absence of backups covering the period 2019-2020 up to 4 February 2021. The next slide is IT governance and continuity management. In 2009, GPW took a decision to outsource ICT and had prepared a business case for the outsourcing, which was approved by the Minister of Home Affairs and concurred to by the Minister of Public Service Administration. GPW, former and current management informed the panel that around 2016-17, a decision was taken to insource ICT resources that had been outsourced in 2010 after completion of phase 1 of the design of the enterprise resource planning solution for GPW. The panel was not provided with a copy of EXCO minutes in which such a decision was recorded or a business case approved by the Minister for GPW to embark on such a project. The GPW current CEO considered that there had been no formal decision to insource ICT, but that the idea had arisen from a recommendation made in a strategic workshop held by the GPW during that period. According to GPW strategic plan for the fiscal year 2017-2021, ICT had been located as a cost center in the strategic management branch. And the next slide, on 7 August 2018, a notification to terminate the DEC system contract for provision of IT solution resources, enterprise resource planning solution, Microsoft Dynamics AX, which include critical IC solution model proposed by the then CIO, Mr. Apleni, had been approved by the then General Manager of Financial Services, Mrs. Meyer, and by the acting CEO, Mrs. Moyo, with the acting CEO remarking, just make sure we comply with supply chain and we do not compromise business operation. It said the application for approval to terminate the DEC contract, the CIO, in the said application, the CIO stated that the reason for the termination of the contract was that GPW had built internal capacity to perform the specialist functions, which had been provided by the service provider. From an analysis of documents provided, the panel established that this was not the case. In an interview with the panel, General Manager Human Resources confirmed that they had not developed any human resource plan for ICT insourcing, and therefore no scoping had been done for the critical skills that would have been required for the success of the project. She stated that human resources had not received any input in this regard from the CIO before the organizational structural review in 2018. That's the next slide. The GPTW strategic plan for fiscal year 2017-2021 did not provide for ICT as an insourced function. There's a decision to resource the number of to reduce the number of consultants and in-source ITC function taken approximately 2016-2017 was not aligned with GPW Strategic Plan 2017-2021. There was no executive authority decision for the restructuring as required by PSA regulation. The then CEO, Ms. Moyo, 2021, even though she cautioned against compromising business operations, did not ensure that the requisite IC skills were available before approving the contract for the termination. Before approving the termination of the contract for the service providers. The GMHR and the acting current CEO received the request from the CIO to strengthen the IC skill for GPW. This request was dated 19 October 2020. The next slide. ESCO failed to act on such a request prior to the incident of 4 February 2021. And based on the evidence submitted by the CIO, the request for support of contract for critical skills ICT resources for a period of 2 years while the recruitment process was unfolding, dated and signed 19 October by the then was not approved by the acting CEO, Ms. Fosi. The CEO and the GM HR, Ms. Mudize, followed the prescripts of the Public Service Act in waiting for an approved structure before appointing new skills that the CIO had requested. There was a failure to mitigate the immediate need for the skills. This created a capacity challenge, and the required ICT resources included the following, that is security architectures, system center operation manager, VM engineer, and IT governance manager. Those were the skills that were provided for by DEC, for which the contract was terminated. The CIO, Mr. Apleni, failed to exercise foresight in not desisting from embarking on such a critical project without an approved business case and a human resource plan first having been devised and approved. Mr. Apleni acted with reckless disregard for GPW business continuity in making a business case for the termination of service providers contract before the requisite skills were in place and proper transfer of skills had taken place. And move to ICT governance in the next slide again. Management of ICT environmentals, including air conditioning and UPSs, was inadequate, and critical controls of ICT data center were not maintained and supported, resulting in the incident of 4 February 2021. GPW is a national key point, and the role of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure in supporting GPW, whether it had capacity adequately to support GPW is not clear. Management indicated that DPW had not been providing the required services to GPW. The next slide. Failure to recover lost data after the incident of 4 February 2021 clearly demonstrate that the two recovery sites, that is at the CSIR and Bosman Street offices, were non-functional. During a visit to the data center on 26 July 2021, the panel observed that the UPSs had not been serviced as planned schedule. According to the service register, the UPSs were serviced on 23 April 2019 and were due for service in April 2020. The service was only conducted in 22 January 2021, that is 10 months after the scheduled date. Infrastructure, including HP servers, was antiquated and no longer supported by the OEM warranties or suppliers. The next slide. Key internal and external audit findings remained unresolved. The audit areas include inadequate business continuity planning, inadequate policy and procedures, lack of alignment between business continuity and disaster recovery planning, and lack of project management. The ICT Steering Committee was found to be ineffective. The ICT Steering Committee terms of reference are specific on the mandate of the committee, and these are reflected in the minutes of the meeting held on 30 June 2020. The ICT governance framework was inadequate and not aligned with applicable ICT governance requirements as per DPSA ICT governance policy framework. Critical ICT governance documents to assist in the management of ICT operations and decision-making had not been reviewed annually for relevance and audit. 13 ICT government documents were seen by the panel were not reviewed annually in terms of the best practices and audit requirements. GPW Advisory Council was not appointed as mandated by the regulatory proclamation of 2009 after the term of the previous council expired. The next slide is IT security, physical security. The panel identifies system vulnerabilities, including unsupported operating systems and applications were not attended to. Critical security risks were identified in the Risk Register 2021 and need to be attended to. There was inadequate vetting of GPW employees. And regarding the surveillance footage around the server room, the panel observed that in the server room, the camera facing the door was not connected to any application and was therefore non-functional. The current CEO, while giving a background of theft of human resource related document, accepts content that the lack of security camera footage cited in the incident as among other incidents that lacked security camera footage. There was inadequate storage resources for surveillance records. And the next slide is with regard to investigation of acts of information leakage and culture of misinformation to third parties outside to GPW. And this included theft of documents. This matter was referred to the Hawks, but also internal processes were undertaken in GPW in accordance with the Public Service Disciplinary Code and Procedures. And the nature of the misconduct reflected was negligent in respect of two junior employees and dereliction of duties in respect of 2 senior managers. These employees were Ms. S. Kana, Recruitment Officer, Ms. Budisa, GM HR, Ms. Rousseau, Director HR, and Ms. Khosana, Recruitment Officer. And contract management. The next slide. GPW had faced challenges in terms of contract management. The panel made a preliminary finding that the awarding of contracts to tax system and Intervate did not follow prescribed supply chain management processes. The panel recommends that a forensic investigation be carried out to look into the 2 contracts. And in fact, in this area, that is where the panel found that there were a lot of shortcomings. And that is why we are recommending a forensic audit. Initially, GPW staff did not want to give us any original contracts of the identified companies. We had to ask for the intervention of the current CEO who assisted us, because everyone in GPW pretended that they didn't know anything about those contracts. And also there was a deviation process abuse. The practice noted of regular requests for deviation from GPW to National Treasury. The panel requests that National Treasury look at the reasons for these applications. And in fact, the panel wrote to the procurement officer, and the procurement officer asking whether the procurement officer has seen the original contracts for which deviations were applied for. And the reply was that those contracts are with GPW, and GPW couldn't give us those contracts. Sole suppliers and evergreen contracts. The panel found that GPW had long-term sole supply contracts within the security printing environment that GPW, such contracts can be justified. The control measure is to have such contracts reviewed regularly. GPW had written to National Treasury for best practice on the sole supply and clarity of the evergreen contracts. No evidence was found that National Treasury has responded to this contract. And in fact, when we asked for the contract register, that was another issue that GPW was not prepared to be supportive. And the current CEO also showed a letter that she wrote to National Treasury asking for assistance, and National Treasury, according to our observation, never responded. The panel urges the National Treasury to respond to the request of GPW. And then on the question of compromised recruitment, again on this, that's the next slide, on this issue, when we came to started probing incidents at GPW related to the 4th February 2021, we were informed that all posts were filled according to GPSA prescripts. But then on further probing, we requested documents to show that if there were no irregular contracts. Among those documents that were given to us by the current CEO, we observed that in 2016, a candidate for the position of CFO submitted the application for the position 4 days after the closing date for the submission of application, but was never disqualified for this. The candidate was interviewed and subsequently appointed as CFO. And in 2010, again, a candidate for the position of CFO was offered the position but refused to sign a contract of employment because he did not want to make contributions to the government employees pension fund. He, however, continued to work for GPW until 2018 without a valid contract of employment. There was no evidence that the Auditor General ever referred to this irregularity. This appointment must be investigated with immediate effect, including all the contracts approved by the said incumbent, that is Mr. Bernard, while he was irregularly occupying the post of CFO. GPW should put the next slide. GPW should put a contingency plan in place, including the procurement of critical skills through a SETA transversal tender for professional services until the approved ICT posts are filled. We are informed that this has already taken place. GPW should ensure that its policy, strategic objectives and operations are compliant with all relevant international standards. GPW should evaluate which standards are the most appropriate to implement over and above the mandatory standards required by customer and international requirements. The adoption of ISO standards should form part of GPW strategic objectives and annual performance plans. GPW need to ascertain that resource requirements to implement and maintain compliance to the standards capacitated in the organization accordingly in order to ensure sustainability. The findings of the following expert report should be implemented, that is Texcom South Africa, HPE, CSSI, Oricon, and the AXA. Consequence management. Consideration of a disciplinary action against the acting CEO, that is during the period 2017-2018 in relation to acting in restless disregard of GPW business continuity in approving the business case for the termination of the contracts of the service provider who provided the outsourced ICT skills, and that's putting GPW business continuity at risk. Should she still be in the employ in government, the matter can be referred to the relevant accounting authority for consideration. The same should apply to all those who recommended such approval. Disciplinary action for gross negligence should be considered against the CIO, Mr. Apleni as head of the ICT team. Mr. Apleni has since resigned from GPW. However, should he still be in the government employment, the matter can be referred to the relevant accounting officer for consideration. And let me pause to just say here that Mr. Apleni, after the interview that we had with him regarding the non-compliant electrical installations, which dated from 2019 and were not attended to until the time the server crashed. The next month thereafter, he resigned from GPW. Ms. Mayor, former CFO, should be cautioned for the decision to appoint Mr. Moodley for two positions, i.e. the Bid Adjudication Committee and Bid Evaluation Committee chairperson, which practice is against the principle of good governance, especially the Code of Conduct for Bid Adjudication Committees issued in 2006 by National Treasury. Mr. K. Moodley should be cautioned that he should not accept nominations that are not in line with National Treasury norms and standards, spirits of good governance, and the relevant practice notes, especially Code of Conduct for Adjudication Committees issued in 2006 by National Treasury. An independent party should be appointed to review Mr. Shivasa's report on allegation of unethical conduct, including a report of his disciplinary hearing. This must include a forensic report on cleaning services contract, and all recommendations must be implemented. The next slide, consequence management. Again, disciplinary action should be considered against the head of security, director security services, that is Mr. Lohwabe, for identified security breaches. Disciplinary action should also be considered against the Deputy Director Infrastructure Specialist, Mr. Bezelino, and the Deputy Director Database Specialist, Mr. Jakuja, for failing to ensure that replacement disks to the crashed server were scrapped and that data centers were adequately backed up. Let me mention here that Mr. Bezelino has also since resigned from GPW. The GMHR and the CEO, even though they acted in accordance with DPA's prescription by not agreeing to the ad hoc restructuring of GPW IC division, should have ensured that the decision for the termination of the contract of the service provider for critical skills was mitigated through the approval of a business case by the CIO for the sourcing of the critical skills through a transversal SITA tender as one option. The executive authority should consider cautioning the incumbents to understand the importance of ICT function in the organization and to ensure that this incident should not happen again. Let me mention here that the panel here, when making this decision, was faced with a very serious, had to make a decision that was appropriate, because here are incumbents that were acting in accordance with the prescripts of the PSA, that were saying there is no budget, and in fact what was happening was not in accordance with the strategic plan for that current fiscal period. And their failure was only that they did not see it necessary to mitigate the skills that were terminated by the termination of the contract for critical skills. And we felt that in building in the incumbents, when it comes to organization, at least they should be given a caution that if they are faced with such issues, they can't be left not being resolved. At least they should be reversed to the executive authority of the department to resolve. That is the report of the panel. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much, Mr. Malabi. And we want to thank the entire committee team, the task team that has dealt with the issues of this and want to appreciate the work that has went into the developing this report. And I think you know that the committee did, as per the introduction of the minister, conducted an oversight on several occasions with an attempt to come closer to the issues that are arising as allegations or those that have been submitted before the portfolio committee. And want to take this a moment to appreciate this chief that you have been appointed by the minister. You have indeed dealt with those issues. We carefully look on the recommendations that have been presented before the committee, and members of the committee will interact with the report and will further be finished with the report, so that we're going to, at the end of these deliberations, will outline a process on how we must trace the recommendations that have been put before the committee. We will allow members to raise comments or questions, and will allow through you, Mr. Malabi, as the chair, and all the committee members who are here in the meeting to give responses on the issues that will be raised. Then we'll then later on get the minister to make closing comment, and will outline a process on how the committee, given the input of members of the committee, guiding the process on how we're going to move on this important report that we are presenting. I'm going to invite members of the committee to make input. I'll start with Honorable Pile, Honorable Kanyile, Honorable Ruos, Honorable Khwase, Honorable Tito, if you've joined, and Honorable Modise. And then we'll then allow the task team to comment on the report, on the comments, or respond on the comments made by our members, and then later the minister will comment. Then we'll outline a process. In that order, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Firstly, let me appreciate the report that we've received, and also join you in appreciating and thanking the committee that was set up. I must admit, Chair, that it's quite a lengthy report, and so it may be difficult to zoom into item per item. And I'm just going to give a brief overview in terms of my comments. The first one, Chair, is in respect of the outage, electricity outage. I think, it was just glancing at me that where the report initially indicated that staff officials have said that it was as a result of electricity outage or load shedding. But again, the panel found that it was actually indeed, there was no load shedding. And that indeed it was now an electrical internal non-compliance. And I think that's quite key. But I also appreciate that the panel has made recommendations in this regard, and they have, accordingly said that it is gross negligence. And I think that addresses my challenge about the gross negligence. But Chairperson, my concern overall is that, and this links pretty much to our concerns that we've raised in respect of GPW and the audits, in that we know as a committee that they have failed to be able to provide information to the AG in order for them to undertake their audits. And I think
if one has to be very firm about this, a lot of what the panel has found are findings that the AG would have found in the absence of having submitted in time or having submitted to AG for them to undertake an audit. I think it's clear that there were many things that would have been revealed. And I think in respect of that, there has to be some kind of process that we follow, and there has to be some action in that respect. Chair, I want to also, I think it's important to support the recommendations, but clearly we must have a contingency plan. There should be there should be risk mitigation. And so I would appreciate and propose that GBW presents to us their mitigation in terms of risk, and also a clear and concise plan going forward on how they intend to address this, but also how they intend to deal with the recommendations, those that have not yet already been attended to. So there must be a clear plan, there must be clear guidelines, timelines, and then we must hold them accountable for that implementation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kanyule.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, we welcome the report by the committee and we appreciate it. I have a few questions, though, that I'd like to raise. The first question that I want to raise, I'd like to know what action is going to be taken against the CIO. I understand that the CIO has resigned from the GPW, is no longer employed by the GPW. Does this mean now he's off the hook, considering the amount of damage that was caused by his action or inaction to ensure that there's maintenance of the system done properly? The second question that I have been partially covered by Honorable Pillay. However, I'd like to emphasize that what other measures are in place by the GPW to ensure that a similar incident does not occur ever again? We would like to get a detailed plan around that. Another question that I have, I'd like to know from the GPW that what action was taken against the HR personnel when he or she employed somebody that refused to sign a contract, which I believe was mandatory, because everybody within the employee of GPW has signed their contract, but there was this one particular employee that refused to sign their contract but carried on working for GPW. What action was taken against the HR official? I guess we will attend to the other issues, Chairperson, when we come back to look at the recommendations. This was quite a lengthy report to be able to grasp all the issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ross.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the presenters for a comprehensive presentation. Chairperson, I need to make this point very clearly, and I've made it before, about receiving reports very late on the morning of a meeting, the night before a meeting, and now receiving a report literally during the meeting. And I don't see anything in this report that tells me that we couldn't have received it in advance. So I want to understand why we did not receive this PowerPoint in advance. It's virtually impossible to look at 30 slides of stuffed with text and try and unpack what happened and make meaningful contributions. So, Chairperson, we need this PowerPoint slide, and we also need the report. I mean, where is the actual report that was produced, and when will we receive it? And then, Chairperson, we need to relook at the audit report, as Honorable Pillay has alluded to, because a number of IT issues have always come up in these audit reports. But it's referred to here a little bit later on, where the recommendation is that the CEO gets some education in the understanding of the role of the IT function. But there was a massive consequence here. What happened is that audit data for several years was lost in this process, and it turned out that it hadn't been backed up for years, etc. So, although a lot of emphasis was on the ICT function, it's absolutely key, and there must be requirements for audit data and how that is stored, backed up, etc. Like I remember when I was in industry, for example, even every invoice had to be stored in a filing cabinet for up to 5 years. We had to keep that data in hard copy for up to 5 years. There were certain requirements in this regard. So, Chairperson, I really believe we need to also go back and correlate this to the audit report and find out those audit report items that were not addressed year after year. Did they contribute to this? Because it's one thing to try and blame the CIO and the IT department, but at the end of the day, it is the responsibility of the accounting officer. So, Chairperson, we have a national key point. It's a security printer, and it's clear that it's run like the Wild West. It's actually quite frightening. Chairperson, I think, there's the question of why the offsite backup of this critical audit data wasn't in place, or whether it crashed in at the same time. I was just trying to see if that was addressed, if we can just get some indication of that. I seem to remember there was a slide about CSIR, etc. And when we went to visit that site, they'd spoken about the fact that they did have a backup DR site, but clearly that wasn't being updated. But I just want to get an understanding of, it was mentioned as a line item, but was data recovered off that, or was it completely lost? Even the backup, and what happens with our service providers in that case? Because part of that kind of role of a DR and a backup is that those systems need to be absolutely reliable. So with that offsite backup, was there an SLA with the service provider? If the data was gone, then what is being done in that regard? Because this also ties up to the question of, between 2019 and 2021, that there appears to have been absolutely no backups. Then in terms of the forensic audit of DAC systems and Intervate, certainly agree. I don't know if that was on the final recommendation that was shown in the slides. I don't know if that's part of the recommendation as well, if we just can get clarity on that. And then I'd also like to get an understanding. There's a recommendation for disciplinary action against Ms. Moyer, who was the acting CEO, from what I gather, 2017, 2018, around that time period. So the recommendation is for disciplinary action for reckless disregard of business continuity. So what is the difference between that acting CEO being charged for reckless disregard of business continuity and the current CEO merely being cautioned to understand the role of ICT? I mean, surely the CEO should understand business continuity and implement that. Are we saying that because there was allegedly no budget, or because of a DPSA process, that it was allowed to be the case that no backup was made whatsoever? I mean, nobody could even go and take a hard drive of 1,000 Rand or 2,000 Rand, plug it into the system, and at least take a hard copy backup. And then finally, when this was first discussed in this committee, the Minister of Home Affairs had suggested that this was not an accident, but that there was sabotage. And I just want to get an understanding of whether this was investigated, that was possible sabotage investigated at all, or was just negligence by IT officials investigated? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ross. Honorable Hwasa. Honorable Modise.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, till this day, the entity seems to be having difficulties in complying with the requirements, the AG's requirements, so to say. Now, this report then gets to prove or show you that there is no effort from the entity to mitigate the risk or to ensure that such incidents don't repeat itself. The ESCO has failed dismally to take decisions and act promptly to the request of the ICTs. And as a result, that has led to an incident of the system crashing, which we are not getting even now. That are there any preventative measures that are put in place? Now, it makes one wonder also that with this current management, or with the CEO having been in place, what measures or what kind of management or leadership is she providing if she's unable to, can be able to ensure that the department or the entity is run or its governance is in place? I think, according to myself, that the current CEO should also be held accountable. We welcome the recommendations and we urge for the department to act promptly in implementing these recommendations. Clearly, there is no proper governance or management in the entity, and it fails to follow simple procurement processes and lacks supply chain management contracts, as the report or the findings have said. These findings are very serious, Chair, and should not be left unattended. Serious action must be taken against all those that are found to be at fault, and also the entire EXCO must take responsibility for this mess. Chair, we welcome the report and we want to urge that the recommendations, we should, as a portfolio committee, make sure that we do a follow-up and urge for a prompt and serious action being taken, and we must make a follow-up on these recommendations being adhered to. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I check Honorable Lukhwase, if you're back?
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm sorry, I'm having a problem of network connections. Taking cue from what Honorable Mudise has just said, I'm sorry I've not been part of the presentation, but based on what she has just said, also as the portfolio committee, we must make, as she's saying, a follow-up and closer eye to the implementation of this recommendation of the department. And at some point towards the end of the department must come back and give us a progress on how far they are with the implementation of the recommendation. That's all I can say for now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Malabi, you might have noted issues. You will, with the team who are in the meeting, assist each other to respond to the issues that have been carried. There are 4 issues which I wanted to also raise, but I think they've been roughly dealt with by Honorable Pile. The one matter is on the financial year 2019-20 and 2020-2021. And the report indicates that the financial data that was lost is will not able to recover it, if I have understood it correctly. I wanted to get an indication from the panel in terms of how will it impact on the Auditor General's process, and to what extent or how long will it take to reconstruct this financial data that impacts on the Auditor General process, and to what extent, given that they've concluded the report, have they interacted with the AG? And I get a sense in your report that you are indicating that some of the recommendations that are coming from the AG, but I wanted you to zoom on the issues that I've just referred on what it will impact on the Auditor General. No, sorry, on the AG for a period in the government printing works. The second point is on the hawks, that they've not been concluding the report, and I think you have been favored with powers to interact with all the institutions that are involved on the process of investigating the governance, the entire governance system of the government printing works. What are the delays? I know, well, it will not determine that, but your understanding of the delays of the works to conclude the report, because your recommendation to some extent may direct that there may be law enforcement agencies that may need to pursue certain matters. So what made your understanding of this, the Hawks delaying to investigate? Because this matter arose even in our last, I think in the last financial year, when this matter was brought to our attention, the minister did respond on this matter of the Hawks, and to the extent that they are not faster to deal and give a proper report. And your report also articulate to that effect. We're raising this point because the committee seemed to be aligned to implementation of recommendation. And outside this matter of the Hawks, what are the implications on the matter? The last one is on the recommendations. We're saying that the understanding of the report suggests that EXCO must make sure that all the recommendations are in place. And I'm not sure in terms of the, because the report talked to the entire system of government printing works. How will they oversee those recommendations, implement them, whereas the same report talked to the errors that have been committed by some in the system, and perhaps those that have left. And I'm raising this point because you do indicate that you need to caution the GM and the current CEO on particular issues. And that responsibility, where does it lie in some of the issues? The committee earlier on took a view, it was not necessarily a decision, but a view that they may consider to refer some of the issues to SCOPA, so that we're able to assist government printing works to get out of the issues that you have recommended. And what is your attitude towards that? Because we have taken a view that the institution that we are overseeing, Home Affairs and IEC and the government printing works, we must make sure that what they present to the committee in terms of the APP or the strategic framework on how we must increase the footprint of government printing works as a parastatal. And you know that is the most important parastatal of a government that generates its own revenue. But we need to protect the system and its governance in the main. But the human resource that preside over the execution of the institution, we, as you recommend, must be thorough adherence to the law and the policies of that institution. So I just want you to get an understanding of that from the report, and then we'll then have a process on how we deal with this thing. We must assist the government pretty much, because when we end the term of office as Parliament, at least there must be a sense of the work of the collective of this committee, including the minister, and the initiative that yourself as the team, task team, you have taken and inputted on this process. I'm going to invite you, Mr. Malavi. You'll introduce the team, or you'll just indicate who's in the team that they will respond, and they'll get responses from yourself. And the other issues we'll deal with it when we're developing a time frame on how we're going to track implementation of the reports. Thank you, Mr. Malabi. Can you come in?
Okay, thank you, Chairperson and members, and the questions that have been raised against the report. I'm with Dr. Sivia, Dr. Siswana, and Ms. Boatwright, and I think they will assist in answering some of the questions. Dr. Mutawi is not here today because he's writing exam. On the first question by Mr. Pillay, I think most of them were just comments, and the process of contingency plan and risk mitigations, clear plan, clear guidance. We recommended a contingent. First, let me say, I think this dovetails also with the implementation of the report as raised by other members as to, since we observed or made a finding that there was poor governance, who's going to recommend this report? And in our detailed report, there is a recommendation there for an implementation team. And then we also indicated the nature of that team. And I think that will assist, because indeed there was poor governance at GPW. And I think the charter that we noticed at GPW, because we wanted to know on the basis of what was EXCO operating at GPW. And the only charter that we were given was signed in June 2021. So before that, there was no charter, EXCO. And in fact, we were told that up to around 2017, 2018, there were no formal EXCO meeting. The secretary to EXCO informed us that he couldn't get minutes prior to 2019. So it indicated that there was a total collapse of governance at that level. And that will cover most of the issues that were raised by Mr. Pillay. Also, adherence to Auditor General's report. It's very difficult to get information from GPW. We insisted and insisted until we got critical information, and we even wrote a letter that if they don't give us that information, we will make an adverse finding against them, especially related to the contract that were mentioned that we want a forensic audit on. Because there were deviations from that period until 2020. And then when we wanted to know, based on what were you making this division, because there's no original contract. And no direct answer was forthcoming from GPW staff. And the question raised by Mr. Ross, that is that the report is late. Most of them are concerns But then there is the question of consequence management, that Ms. Moyo is said she must be disciplined, but the current CEO is said she must be educated. This was a difficult decision for the panel to make, because when Ms. Moyo took those decisions, he knew that it didn't establish that there were no requisite skills at GPW. And then as a consequence, GPW was left undercapacitated. And we felt that as a panel that she should have ensured at that time that the requisite skills were in place before she terminated that contract. And failing to do so put GPW at great risk. But then overall, when we came to the decision on the current CEO, we found that it was not through negligence of the current CEO or failure to exercise oversight, because we even asked the CIO, why when you were faced with these problems, didn't you go directly to the current CEO and say, we are facing these issues and you need assistance? And he indicated to us that he never goes to the current CEO's office. In fact, they meet at ESCO. And we found that very strange. So there was clear that there was a very toxic relationship between him and the CFO and the current CEO. And the current CEO indicated that there was nothing that no reports were received from ICT. He insisted on being explained as to what is happening in ICT. But viewed this in the context that most of these issues didn't happen under the current CEO's acting as CEO or after having been appointed as CEO. They happened during Ms. Moyo and Ms. Meyer's period. That is where all those things happened. And there were duplication of functions concentrated in the CFO's office until the advent or the arrival of the current CEO at GPW. And problems started when she started to ask for contracts. The contract register, when she was first in strategic management, to ask for those contract registers, which were then all grouped under supply chain management, which was managed by Mrs. Meyer as CFO and as CEO. And there were even issues related to that non-separation of duties, because during interview, we even asked Mrs. Meyer as to why did you sign documents as CFO and CEO? And she indicated that there was nothing wrong, it's allowed. And there is nowhere where it says you can't sign those documents. So the current CEO came when already things has been happening in GPW, and she was trying to put things in order, and she met with this toxic, distinct atmosphere that was there during that time of non-accountability. So these are issues that we leave to the executive authority to see how it deals with the situation, because this report is for the executive authority. We can't take away his executive powers. He should consider how he deals with the issue of the currency, or in educating them about seeing to it that issues are elevated to his level whenever there are problems. The CSIR backup cited, the backup DR cited CSIR. Dr. Sibia can respond to that. And DEC and Intervate forensic audit Dr. Siswana will respond to that. And then I think I've dealt with the business continuity that was raised also by Mr. Rose, Honorable Rose. And then the assertion that by the Home Affairs Minister that what happened was not an accident but sabotage. This, in our first meeting with GPW staff, especially ESCO, this is also what we were informed. But upon further probing, there was no submission that came in that regard to confirm that indeed there was sabotage. But then from the turn of events, when you look at the awareness of the ICT staff of things that were happening and were left unattended, let me take, for instance, the electrical installations at Pavilion 2, where the crash server was housed. Those installations were first identified in 2019. And there was a stage where the acting CEO then, Mrs. Mayer, said they should be resolved before the end of 2019. And she wanted a breakdown of how they were going to be resolved, how the Oricon report was going to be implemented. But that was not taken any further. And even Home Affairs wrote to the CIO to say the non-complying electrical installations at Pavilion 2 are interfering with their tech refresh program. And even then, the CIO didn't attend to those. And in fact, they went up to December and most of the staff went on holiday, and DHA again wrote a letter around that time, and the CIO responded to say that no, everyone is on leave. They will see to it when they come back in late January, February. Unfortunately, that is the time when, from that you can see that there was a clear foresight that such collapse of the server would happen at any time. I remember there was even an interview where he stated that when we inquired why didn't he want the Oricon recommendations to be implemented, and he refused that they must switch off the server. And we asked him, why didn't you want to switch off the server? He said he knew that after switching off the server, data might not be recovered. So there was an awareness by the CIO up to that time when the server crashed, that it could crash at any time. And there was even a warning from the infrastructure specialist that that server was 1 foot in the grave. But there was no agency in migrating data. Leaving the support and maintenance contracts to lapse and in the ICT business, I mean, you're spelling anathema to those infrastructure because they can crash at any time. And the infrastructure specialist even said when he had support and maintenance contracts from the original equipment manufacturers, he didn't have problem because they even have spare parts at hand, and at any time when there was an issue regarding ICT, you will phone them and they will come and fix the issue. So also, that is why we are saying that there must be a forensic audit regarding the issue of collapse of that server and how the data disappeared and how there were no backups for that data for that period. The question by Mr. Honorable Modise audit requirements, ESCO failing. I think I've already responded to that. And the action against the current CEO, I think I've already responded to that. And then Dr. Sibia, can you respond to the issue of the backups?
Okay, so you have Dr. Spear, Dr. Siswane, and Ms. Wright. Mr. Malabi, are you? There's Dr. Spear.
Yeah, Dr. Spear to CSI backup side, and Ms. Boatwright will respond to the report of the Hawks and why they were not taking such a long time to deal with cases.
No, thank you, Dr. Spear. Can you proceed?
Okay, thank you so much, Chair. Am I audible?
Yes, Dr. Spear.
Okay, thank you so much. So yes, the CSIR side, the ICT team informed the panel that it wasn't a DR site. What they had there, it was servers which they set up temporarily to remotely back up their data. Connectivity, which was too low, so even the sending the data wasn't that efficient. But what they informed the panel about is that the servers there, the backup servers that they had there, they also had issues before the incident. So nothing was recovered from those servers that were based at the CSIR. And then but the panel wasn't finished with the report of the incident that led to the collapse of those servers that they were utilizing there. And then the data that they managed to recover, they informed the panel that that data was from the tapes. So they had issues with backupping the data from the EVA to tapes. Their backup tape library had issues, but they had a way of writing or of still being able to back up the data into the tapes. So the data that they've recovered up until to November 2019, they informed the panel that they recovered the data from the tapes. So those are the measures that they say they had in place as a backup. In the absence of, on the question of SLAs, they did not have any SLA as a backup service provider at that stage before the incident. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Spear. Dr. Siswane.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to all the members of the committee, and greetings to the Minister and the panel members. With regard to the Innovate, I think the Innovate contract, I think this matter is, I think Chair alluded to it, but let me just emphasize one thing, or maybe two areas that I think the panel concentrated on. Is simply the process of the appointment and also the absence of the critical information that wanted, especially the contract, and the continuation of deviations whilst there was no contract in place. And that was, to us, was a critical matter. So it boils down to the issues of following supply chain management processes and making sure that things are done properly. But also of concern is that we did not get also the contract, DEC systems contract, but they were part of the GPW, especially around the ICT. So those are the areas of concern. So, Chair, I think the critical point that let's get to let's get to the forensic process and make sure that we try and get to the bottom of it. It will reveal what actually happened during that time. It might involve other contracts in the process, we do not know, but that forensic audit will answer questions. The other second point that I also wanted to talk about, Chairperson, is that with regard to the information that was lost in financial information, I think the issue that you raised around the impact that it will have during the audit processes. I think it will have an impact, but let me also indicate that during the time when we're busy with as a panel within the GPW, we were informed that the accounting officer and the team, they were busy reconstructing the information or the data lost. So we will probably, the CIO will report that matter at a later stage, but we're informed that they are reconstructing the information. But indeed, that lost information will have a negative effect on the audit processes and the outcome of the audits in general. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Siswan. Ms. Wright? I think yes.
Ms. Bishop, on the question of the hawks.
Sorry, Chair, I was just trying to unmute.
Okay.
Thank you. Minister, Chair, members of the committee and members of Parliament. With regard to the matter relating to the hawks, as was indicated in our presentation, the matter related specifically to the theft and loss of human resources information in terms of CVs and applications. The Ms. Forsey had in actual fact interacted with the hawks and hadn't registered a criminal case. She has had, based on information provided to us, as at the date of our report being drafted, the matter was still pending an investigation with the hawks. The internal investigation, however, that was conducted was finalized. And with regard to the 4 officials that were identified in terms of negligence and dereliction of duties, written warnings were allocated. So as far as the investigation with the hawks is concerned, it is still pending.
Okay, is that Mr. Mare?
I was saying, Chair, Advocate Mujanku is also available and he can deal with other governance issues. And the question raised by Honorable Kanyile with regard to the departed CIO that is just left off the hook.
Okay, she can. Okay, Advocate Gumbi, I think you can come in.
Thank you very much, Chair. The rule was that we should show our face at the beginning, and I'm following the rules as laid out by the Chair. Thank you very much, Minister, Chair, and honorable members. I'll be very brief. I just wanted to very quickly just give a context. When the committee was established, this was 4 months after the event, and the equipment that we were supposed to check was gone already. It had been taken out of the country, this server that collapsed. So this task team depends entirely on the information we gathered from the experts about what happened to the actual hardware. And what they say to us is that the reason why the hardware failed is because the disks were not properly loaded, cleaned before being loaded, and all of that. So there was an actual problem with the knowledge of the people who were doing this. And this is the CIO and the person who...
I'm not sorry just to interrupt, Advocate. Maybe you may need to switch off the video so that at least we will benefit from your comment, because I think you got disturbed by this network problem. Thank you.
Sorry about that, Chair.
No,
So I was saying that, yeah, so Mr. Uplaney and Mr. Bezuidenhout loaded these machines, I would simplify them. They loaded the server in the wrong way. So that's a primary reason why the server collapsed and did not maintain the environment in which the server is located properly. So by the time we arrive on the scene, that server has been shipped off abroad. So even this allegation of sabotage, there is very little, there was no backing information, but we could not ourselves make an independent assessment of whether somebody interfered with the server or not. So that's the first set of facts. The second one is that if you are a chief information officer, you are part of the most senior in any organization, most senior management. And the one thing that you do, I say, when you wake up, in my view, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, is that you have backups running almost daily. And because these machines do crash, so you must make sure that your backup is functional, operational, and can be accessed. That's the mark of a good chief information officer. That did not happen in this case. The final point I want to make, the 2 points, is that whoever is still in the system is going to be followed up. Whoever is not in the system, I think the department and GPW will also look at means to make sure that such people are followed up, especially as the Auditor General reconstructs what happened and looks at how they look at these financial documents and all of that. We met with Treasury as well, and the team from Treasury had said they will also work with the Auditor General to see that GPW uses original slips like invoices and all of that to reconstruct the documents. But the final thing I wanted to say, Chairperson, is what was raised by Honorable Rose, that the panel does not want to treat GPW staff differently. It's the facts that influence that. The former acting CEO, Ms. Mayor, Ms. Moyo, pardon me, was asked specifically by the CIO, Mr. Uplaney, to say, can we cancel these contracts of people who are supporting us? I think I'm ready. I have enough staff in my department to take over the functions. And she did. In a way, just said, okay, just make sure you follow SEM procedures and everything, but go ahead. So she was the CEO. She gave the go-ahead for contracts to be ended without herself making sure that Mr. Uplaney, can I just see how many people you say you have? Not just come and tell me you have people in your department that will take over those functions. Whereas with the current CEO, when Mr. Uplaney came to say, I think I need to beef up my department, there already was a process of restructuring and beefing up the GPW, and a request had been sent already to the minister to capacitate and set up a new structure. And she said, okay, we've already done this. Please discuss this with the HR manager. And this is what Mr. Uplaney didn't do. So there are different facts that apply to both of them. It's not the intention of this panel to try and absolve one over the other. And I hope that it will, I hope that the honorable members will understand why there are those different findings. Thank you very much, Chair.
Advocate Gumbi and the entire team led by Mr. Sibiya, Malabi. I think what is more central, that is coming clearer, is to distinguish correctly the role of the current CEO and the former CEOs in terms of the processing of decision and inheriting process decision to the government printing works. Minister, I want to get your comment on the issues. Then we will able to work towards appreciating the process that we must follow. Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the report by the panel and the good work. Chairperson, from my introduction, when I said I'm worried about the status and the state, rather, of GPW, while we are saving so many countries, from where I'm sitting, I think the recommendations are enough to deal with that part. I'm quite satisfied. I'll personally oversee the implementation of the recommendations, especially from the expert panels of the various organizations that were engaged to make sure that GPW doesn't revert back to where it is. Secondly, Chairperson, I'm aware already, and I thought maybe the panel should have reported that, of the fact that quite a number of the issues that they've mentioned here, that happened 2017, 2018, 2019. Myself and the current CEO, of course, were not there yet, but I'm happy that quite a number of them have already been done and reversed. For instance, the issue mentioned about Mr. Kube and Mutli holding two positions, which is very unsafe, bit adjudication and bit something, that has already been reversed. Quite a number of the shortcomings have already been dealt with or are still in the process of being dealt with. I will personally foresee that. Lastly, Chairperson, on the issue of lost data, yes, they clearly said it's not recoverable and there are not even instruments in the open market to recover that, but it can be reconstructed. And I'm aware, because I've been in touch with the CEO, that he has instructed the current CFO, Mr. Ian van der Merwe, to sit down and reconstruct, because Mr. van der Merwe battled very hard to try and get these original contracts of the companies that were mentioned here, and they were nowhere to be found. So he struggled to reconstruct, but he has already reconstructed. The financials of 2020-21 were reconstructed and they've been submitted to the Auditor General. At the moment, he's finalizing the reconstruction of 2021-22 financials, which will be submitted in due course to the Auditor General. So all in all, I will make sure, Chairperson, that the recommendations and the corrections are made, because we can't have a government printing works that is so important, not only to the country, but to most part of the continents, being in this, having this type of gaps and problems. As to the issues of people who have already left, like Mr. Ableni, in my view, Mr. Ableni's leaving was not innocent, unless I'm making a wrong judgment. How can he, immediately after being confronted with the fact that he lied and told even the portfolio committee about the power search, and when the panel shows him the evidence that he was lying, immediately thereafter he resigns. I tried myself, because when the CEO told me Mr. Ableni has submitted resignation, and I knew that an investigation is going on and is going to come, I became very suspicious. Why is he resigning immediately after being interviewed? I wanted to stop it, but I consulted labor experts who told me that you can't stop a person from leaving an institution if they so want to leave. You have got no legal grounds to stop them. So what is left is find out what is our recourse. Is there a recourse to the law, criminal or what, for somebody who damages and immediately when they see that you just resigned. I'm seeing quite a lot of that in Home Affairs at the moment, because as you know, we are now applying consequence management and people are getting scared. On the last issue by Honorable Rios, yes, I said it, that they must go investigate sabotage. This is because a former member of GPW actually said that in an affidavit that this thing was not sabotage. Was not an accident, it was sabotage. Now, the panel did not find a smoking gun of sabotage, but they found gross negligence. In my understanding, you can sabotage an institution by neglecting things that you're supposed to do. And gross negligence can be a form of a sabotage, but unfortunately, they could not point up and say deliberately this person sabotaged, especially because the equipment was already shipped out. So that I made that statement on the strength of somebody who is working there who said, no, accidents didn't just happen. It's not an accident. It's an accident that was waiting to happen and people were aware of it. In a way, Mr. Malawi is proving that the CIO was aware that things are about to happen. Somebody told him that something is already 1 foot into the grave, but still nothing happened. So it becomes very difficult to find the distinction between sabotage and negligence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Thanks very much. And thank Mr. Malawi and the entire team for the good work that you have conducted and presented to the committee. We really appreciate the efforts and your time for accepting that responsibility given by the minister. And I must say, the minister, we are observing your continuous good work, including other issues that are involved in the Department of Home Affairs with your collective Deputy Minister and the DG. We must appreciate that work. You will extend our appreciation to the team led by Mr. Malawi for having considered to make sure that the challenges that we were received from anonymous people or other sectors of society in relation to the issues that are involved at the government printing works. Secondly, the committee is affirmed that we must make sure that all the recommendations that have been put forward are implemented, Minister. And we need to get update in terms of the progress to some of the issues that could have been carried. We are fully aware that already there were corrective measures in terms of the previous report at the level of the Executive Council on some of the areas related to governance and also related to the audit process. Issues that were raised by members cautioning the minister and the government printing works are the issues that collectively we must make sure that we strengthen the system governance of government printing works as one of the important institutions that also is finding footprint in terms of their business outlook. We will, towards the end of the year, Minister, invite yourselves and the team to track the progress in terms of the implementation of recommendation. Towards the end of the year, Mr. Matonsi will schedule government printing works so that we're able to demonstrate the work that has been done by this task team that is implemented and errors are corrected at the government printing works. Clean governance is what is on our center of our resolve as the committee. We need the full report that must be forwarded to all members so that at that particular time we're able to further trace and deliberate on the progress that could have been made by yourself and your team that has been recommended by the report. I want to leave those three issues, and I see the hand of Honorable Kanyile. Then we'll close the meeting. Honorable Kanyile? Unmute.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm sorry, I was struggling with network. I'm trying to unmute myself.
Okay.
Chairperson, I wanted to ask that we be provided with the full report of the current investigation. I think it would be proper that we support these recommendations after we have seen the full report. I am saying this because when I think Majoko, I apologize if I'm pronouncing your surname incorrectly, was responding, indicated that they were appointed as a panel 4 months after the incident. And when they went on site, they found that the equipment was taken out of the country already. So they're making these findings based on the advice from the experts. So I think as a public representative, it will be important that we make an informed decision to avoid ourselves being sued, may even after our period has lapsed as members of parliament. I have seen incidents like that happening. So I humbly request that we be finished with the report before we can fully support these recommendations. Thank you very much.
Okay. What we are saying as a committee, that the report has been presented to the committee. Investigation that we have approved as a committee. And the recommendations that are before us, we can't stop recommendations because are sourced from the process that they've engaged on. Then the minister and the team will send a full report to our attention, unless Honorable Kanyile suggests that at all this report we must reject it, and that is not going to assist the process that we've been taken and approved as the committee. Let's firm up the recommendation of the report, trace implementation of the report, and the minister and his team must come back to the committee towards the end of the year, to give us progress on the report. In the course of action, if the recommendations are contrary to the process that has been engaged on, that update we'll receive from the team when they come back to the portfolio committee. We are correct that we must make sure that by end of the term of our office or of our work as a public representative, we must make sure that collectively the issues that we've exerted on for and as part of oversight are implemented. And recall that the committee have taken a decision that will, in September, do what we call a direct interaction with the Home Affairs to recap on all the issues since the 6th Parliament, which are involved in Home Affairs, Government Printing Works, and IC, to develop our own report in terms of the activities that we have been able to do that. So this report, we accept it and we allow the recommendation to be implemented as this team has been recommended. And the minister will come back with the update on the progress made in our next later in the year. Mr. Matonsi will schedule that point, and the full report must be immediately sent to all members. Is that our understanding, Minister?
Yeah, yes, Chairperson, we do understand that there's no way we could wait because work needs to go on, and we will be in a position to report to you the progress. But just to also further allay the fears of Ms. Kanyile, when they say they went in 4 months after the incident, it's not because there was nothing happening within that 4 months. Remember, a lot of experts were called in to try and help because we thought at that time this was an ordinary disaster which happened in the course of event when you have got machinery and when you've got ICT and experts will help. The committee came into being when somebody tipped me that, Minister, what happened there is actually acts of sabotage. It's not just an accident that can happen with any ICT. That's when then I wrote to the president to ensure him, because this is a national key point. It's a very important structure of government. I wrote to the president and informed him about what I had and the possibility that somebody might be sabotaging a national key point. It took some bit of time when he then responded and said, Minister, go on, appoint a team on your own. He said he was told that I've got powers to do so by legislation. That's when then I did it and I put the team together and they started the work. And that's where we are today. So it's not because during that 4 months, nothing was happening, everything was just neglected. It's because nobody suspected that somebody might have deliberately made things to happen that way, rather than just things happening during the course of events of any IT system, which the report shows that any IT system can crash anytime. So that 4 months period is not because everything was just left to happen on their own. So, Chairperson, yes, we will be ready and prepared that in September we give you a progress report on what we have done about this recommendation and how far we are. Thank you.
No, thanks. We'll also, as we interact with the Auditor General during in the year, interface also with this report. Mr. Malawi, any closing remark?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to correct what has been raised by Ms. Honorable Kanyile, that the IVA has been shipped out of the country. No, the IVA is still there. It's only the controller, one controller that was shipped out of the country by HPE for this thing, for destruction, because it was HPE's policy that whenever one of their components is no longer in use, it should be destroyed so that that information should not be compromised and be used for other purposes. So the IVA was still there when we went into GPW. And also, last, I just want to thank the committee for giving us this opportunity to present our report before it. We know we were not an investigative committee, we were a probing committee. And then our recommendations are up to the executive authority to accept or reject. And we appreciate that up to so far, everyone is happy about the findings and the recommendations. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Minister. You'll send the report so that members are able to zoom on some of the issues in the course of work. So at the time the departments come back on the progress update, at least we have satisfied ourselves with the details of the report. I want to take this opportunity to thank all honorable members for having participated on the 2 key items that the committee was convened to look at: the electoral amendment and this report of the task team led by Mengumbi and Mr. Malawi and the collective. And thanks the Minister for having established this committee that has done exceptionally well. And we're looking forward to assist as members of the committee as a collective to make sure that the errors that we committed are corrected with the intention to tighten the system and the clean governance. I want to take this opportunity to thank all of you, the IEC commissioners who have already left, and the team, legal team, and the state law advisors for having considered to stay with us this long. Mr. Matonsi, thanks very much. We'll then be able to structure our the issues that are before us of this investigation report, task team, and circulate to members and track the date towards the end of the year so that they come back with the recommendation. Thanks very much, Mr. Matonsi. Is there any other matter, Mr. Matonsi? Let me come back to you.
This is Adam. Eddie was kicked out during load shedding, but we've taken note of all the issues.
Thank you, Mr. Salmon. Thank you very much. The meeting stands adjourned.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks.